Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Let me make sure. For some reason you're not live. For those that are tuning in, give me just 1 second. We've got a tornado warning that is issued. Just give us 1 second. We're getting everything set up at this time here, guys. So tornado warning is going to go for our folks over here just north of the Russellville area. It's going to go for Johnson, southwestern Van Buren, north central Conway, and Polk County. It's going to go until 8:15 this evening here. So there's Rich. Rich, if you could do me a big favor and do a sound check for us real fast.
Yeah, testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, so we've got that taken care of. Just give us 1 second, guys. We're going to get this all set up and ready to go here. So, like I said before, we have a tornado warning that is in effect. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to switch this over to, I'm going to switch it over to this one here. And we're going to go over to the radar. And here we go. So let's take a look at this real quickly here, guys. There's a tornado warning in place right now here. So tornado warning is going to go for our folks in east central Johnson and southwestern Van Buren, north central Conway, and central Polk counties here until 8:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Dover, or 12 miles north of Russellville, moving east at about 50 miles per hour here. So for those that are in the path of this, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately here. So to repeat, we do have a tornado warning that is in effect for Hector. That's going to be for the Dover area. Also for our folks just to north of the Russellville area and north of Interstate 40. So make sure if you're watching this live stream that you're getting this information out to those that are going to be impacted by the storm here. Let's take a look at the rotation for just a little bit here, and we're going to zoom this down. And what I'm also going to do is going to turn on some street level view so you guys kind of have a visual of where this area of rotation is at this time. So where your green and where your red combine as one, that is where the potential of the tornado is going to be. So this is north and west of the community of Dover. This is also west and southwest of the community of Hector. I want to make this crystal clear for our folks in Russellville. If the sirens are going off, it's because the tornado warning itself is in the county of Polk County, P-O-P-E. So this is not going to impact downtown Russellville. So if you're in Russellville, you're good to go. However, if you know anyone that's north of Russellville, that's in the community of Dover or Hector or the Appleton area, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately here. What we can do, and this is a very brand new product that we got on our server here, we could take a look at the rotation strength here, and you can definitely see just to the north of the community of Dover where the area of rotation is going to be here. So it's almost to that strong level of rotation here. So anyone in this area, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately here. So what we're going to do, I did not mean to do that. Let me go back down just for a second. I was going to pull up the track. So give me just 1 second, Arkansas. We're going to get this up and going here. So I want to make this crystal clear too. This is outside of the tornado risk. Once again, this is outside of the tornado risk that we had in place across northwestern Arkansas here. So this is where the area of rotation is going to be. It's just to the north of Dover, just to the west of the Hector area, and it's moving to the east here. So this is the tornado warning at this time. It's moving east at about 50 miles per hour. So this is where it's going to be right in here. We're going to put a track on it, and let's put it out. I'm putting you about 50. So Hector is going to be coming at you within the next 10 minutes here. So if you're in a community of Hector, or you know someone that's in the community of Hector, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions. When we talk about taking your tornado precautions, that's getting away from windows, that's putting as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and that's getting to that lowest center part of your home here. While you're doing that, make sure you grab a helmet, some pillows, a blanket, you can grab a mattress, something to protect your head in the case of this thing ends up producing a tornado here. So Hector, you've got about 10 minutes. Over our folks over here towards Appleton, make sure, like I said before, if you know anyone in these communities, that you give them a heads up. The Clinton area, along Highway 65, you've got it's going to be coming at you about 8:24. So you have a little bit under an hour if you're looking for those folks over here towards the Clinton area, towards B Branch, and also towards the Fairfield Bay. So make sure, if you know anyone in these areas, that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time. Rich, have you heard anything in terms of reports, damage, or anything like that at this time? What you got for me?
No, no, I have not, and I've been watching RCC. It doesn't appear to be any kind of debris signature at this time, so that's good news.
That's good. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back over to our rotation tool real quick. And like I said before, you can easily see where that rotation is going to be at this current time. We'll zoom this down. What I'm going to do, and I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a tilt to kind of put some minds to ease, especially for those that live along Interstate 40 or are in downtown Russellville here. So here's downtown Russellville. There's London, Darnell. There's Pottsville, and also the Atkins area. There's Interstate 40. So the tornado warning itself right now, even though it is in Polk County, it is just to the north of Russellville. So if you're in downtown Russellville, you're good to go. But anyone that is north of the community of Dover, or just to the west of Hector, or just to the west of the Appleton area, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Let's zoom this down even further to kind of give you guys some street level view here. So if you recognize these roads, or you know anyone that lives on these roads, give them a heads up, tell them what's going on, and tell them to seek shelter immediately here. So this is your Smoke Tree Road right now. This is going to be Wallace Ridge Road, also Buff Top Road over here as well. Also, this is going to be, give me just 1 second, that's going to be Pine Hill Road as well. So this is just to the west of the community of Hector, or just to the north of the community of Dover at this time here, okay? So the tornado warning itself is going to go until 8:15. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Rich, we have another area of
Tornado
rotation.
possible.
Yeah, have another area of rotation that just got going. Now, this is going to be concerning our folks in Russellville. So now, if you're in downtown Russellville, we have a new storm that is producing a new area of rotation. It's just to the south and east of the community of New Blaine. If you know anyone in downtown Russellville, let's go ahead and get them into that tornado safe spot immediately here, okay? So if you know anyone in Interstate 40 at this current time, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately here. But we've got two distinct areas of rotation that we're going to keep an eye on now. One that's going to be moving towards the community of Hector, and then we have the other one down here, which I'm going to talk about coming up here in just a second here. Let's take a look at our rotation strength. So you have one that's just to the west of Hector right now, and then you have a new area that is trying to get going just to the south and east of the community of New Blaine. This is moving to the east. So Russellville, Atkins, along the Interstate 40. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately at this current time. Let's take a look, not taking anything away from the one up there near Hector right now, but I want to take a look at this one down here just to the south and east of New Blaine. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back over to our rotation tracker, and it's going to be right here. It's going to be right on Nicholas Lane. That is just to the west of Darnell, west of Russellville. That is south and east of the community of New Blaine, and it's south of the interstate right now. So keep an eye on this. This is also a severe thunderstorm warning that is tornado possible. So if you know anyone in these areas, go ahead and seek your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time here, okay? So let's take a look at this real quickly here. Let's put a track on this storm here, and we're going to take this out all the way through about 30 miles per hour. Russellville is going to be coming at you about 8:08 this evening. Pottsville around 8:16, and also the Atkins area around 8:29 at this current time here. So we're going to monitor this very, 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 very closely. If you know anyone in these areas, give them a heads up. Tell them what's going on. We have a tornado warning that is in Polk County, POPE, and then we have a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, that is going to be impacting our areas along the Interstate 40 and also the community of Atkins, also Russellville, and also the Pottsville area at this current time here. Rich, do you have any information you need to share at this time?
Still no debris signature. Keeping a close eye on the one heading towards Russellville.
Okay.
At this time, it's still trying to form, so it's not too impressive at this time.
Okay. And right now we're looking at our rotation strength here, and I want to tell you guys about this product because this is very, very new, exclusive for us here at Arkansas Weather Watchers. So basically what it is It tells us where the rotation is, and it tells you how strong the rotation is. Obviously, the higher it goes up on the scale, the higher probability it has of producing a tornado here. So right now, looking at both cells here, one that's going to be impacting our folks in Russellville, and the other that's going to be impacting our folks up there in the community of Hector. Both areas right now are suggesting weak rotation, almost to that strong point. But right now, it's not indicating that this is producing like, an EF3 or anything like that. But there's still enough rotation for the National Weather Service to say, hey, let's go ahead and get a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag out for our folks in Russellville. And the one up there near Hector, let's go ahead and get a tornado warning out just in case it does produce a tornado up here at this current time here. Okay, so let's zoom this out, kind of give you guys a perspective on what's going on here. So those that are in Little Rock, you're good to go. Russellville, along the Interstate 40, and then also for Pope County here, that's POPE. Make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately here. And I want to make this clear too. This is why we tell you guys about severe weather. We tell you guys never let your guard down whenever we're dealing with severe weather, because this is well outside of the tornado risk. This is in a 0% tornado risk at this time here, and we've got a tornado warning and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado possible at this current time here. So let's zoom this down. What we're going to do is
it just went tornado warning.
Just went tornado warning. Which one? In Russellville?
Russellville.
I knew it was getting ready to go to warning. So like I said, folks, Chief Forecaster Cameron, this is our Executive Director Rich, our entire team. We're going to keep you guys informed on the latest of what's going on here. We now have 2 tornado warnings that are in place. 2 of those severe thunderstorm warnings, both are tornado possible. So anyone that is in the following areas, that's Atkins, Russellville, Dover, Hector, Appleton, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this time here. Okay, so like I said before, what we're going to do is we're going to stop this for just a little bit. There's a tornado warning up here. The new one will be coming out here in just a second here. And the newest one, I do believe, Rich, you got it faster than I did on my end. That's going to go for, I believe, Yell County down there and Pope
that's
County.
That's going to be for
yeah, go ahead.
Logan, Pope, and Yell.
Okay, so give me just a second here. There's the newest tornado warning that just came out. Let's go ahead and talk to you guys about that tornado warning here. So now this one is going to include the downtown Russellville area here. So tornado warning for east central Logan County, north central Yell County, and southwestern Pope County until 8:30 this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Mount Nebo State Park, or 8 miles west of Russellville, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. This is going to include downtown Russellville. So if you know anyone in these areas, do us a big favor and share this live stream, okay? Tell them about the page. Tell them what's going on. Tell them where we have a tornado warning at this time here, okay? So we have a tornado warning for downtown Russellville at this time. We have another one that's going to include the communities of Hector, the Appleton area, and that's going to eventually make its way over towards Searcy County. But at this time, if you know anyone in Russellville, give them a heads up. Tell them about this live stream. Share this live stream. That share button is 1,000% free, and it's going to help save somebody's life, especially in a situation like this. So make sure that they are taking their tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately here. So to kind of give you guys a recap of what's going on, we have 2 distinct areas of rotation. One just to the west of Russellville, and then we have one that's just to the south and west of the community of Hector. Both of these tornadic potential storms are moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour. You can see the one right now. We have a track for the one that's going to be headed towards Russellville. Russellville, it is time to hustle. Okay, a lot of people are out and about right now. You know, you've got dinner plans. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. Get to shelter, okay? If you're out traveling right now, there's a lot of gas stations that are open. There's restaurants, Walmart, grocery stores, etc. Let's go ahead. Let's get to shelter immediately here, okay? If you're in a grocery store, you always want to get away from those windows, get away from that front part of the store. You want to get to the back. Make sure, like I said before, if you're traveling, that you're seeking those safe spots immediately. If you're not traveling, you're at home. What I want you to do is I want you to get away from the windows. get to that center lowest part of your home. This could be a hallway, this could be a closet, this could be, a bathroom, somewhere that doesn't have a window, and somewhere that's in the center part. The center part is going to be the best shot if you want to get away from the potential of, if these things produce a tornado, you want to get away from those exterior walls here. So make sure, if you know anyone in these areas, that they're seeking shelter immediately at this time here. Rich, hopefully you haven't heard anything. If you have, let me know at this time. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
no, we got nothing.
You don't have anything at this point? That's good.
Nope.
All right. So, like I said before, we're going to take a look. What I'm going to take a look at the one in Hector, and then we're going to take the one down here in Russellville. So we're going to zoom this down, and let's take a look at this, okay? So this is the one in Hector. Let's take a look at how we normally will look at a radar. If you're pulling up a phone and you're looking at a weather app, this is what radar is going to look like for you, okay? It is heavy rainfall wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it coming. So if you know anyone in the community of Hector, make sure that they're seeking your tornado precautions immediately at this time here. The area of rotation itself is going to be right there on Walnut Road, which is just south and west of the community of Hector, and it's moving to the east here, okay? So any one of these areas, make sure that they're seeking their tornado precautions immediately. And then also, we have the one down here near the Russellville area, and you're taking a look at the current radar right now, it doesn't stand out. I mean, if you're looking at this, if you didn't know any better, this just looks like a regular thunderstorm to you. It just looks like, there's no defined areas or where the hook is coming in or anything like that. So right now, like I said before, if you know anyone in the community of Hector, you know anyone in Russellville, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions now. Let's go back over to our rotation strength for just a little bit, and let's zoom this down here, okay? So you can see the area of rotation itself is right over the community of Hector. That's going to be Walnut Road. That's also going to be near Cedar Grove Road as well. The newest scan just put it right over Pine Street Road, which is just south and east of the community of Hector. And then we could take a look at the one just to the south and west of not the community of downtown Russellville, excuse me. You can see this is pretty broad rotation here. I don't want anyone being deceived because it says weak. It's enough rotation for the National Weather Service in Little Rock to issue these tornado warnings because it can produce a tornado at any given moment here. Obviously, we don't want this to go into the strong or the extreme levels of rotation right now, but it is enough rotation for them to warrant a tornado warning at this point here. So the one near Russellville right now, I'm going to say looks pretty broad, but I want to stress this. This is in the higher elevation areas over here in west central Arkansas. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look. So you're going to get the low levels of the atmosphere right now. Let's take a look at a little higher up in the radar beam here. And right now, like I said before, it still looks pretty broad, which is good news. We don't want this to be, one of these extreme areas of rotation or anything like that. We don't want this to produce a tornado, but there is enough rotation for the National Weather Service in Little Rock to declare a tornado warning for our folks over here in Russellville, the Pottsville area, Atkins, along Interstate 40, and just south of the London area at this time. If you're in Darnell, stay where you are. Right now, I'm pretty certain that the area of rotation is going to track just slightly north of Darnell, but don't risk it. You're in a tornado warning. Make sure you take your tornado precautions, okay? For our folks in Atkins, Russellville area, the Pottsville area, make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions as well. Let's zoom this out. Let's take it to one just to the north. I would say just looking at the radar presentation, Rich, the one in Hector looks like it's the strongest one out of the two right now.
Correct.
Compared to the one in Russellville. And here's the deal. If you're in Russellville, this is not nothing's going to happen. You're still under a tornado warning. You still need to take your tornado precautions. But the two areas of rotation at this time, the Hector one up here in central Polk County, POPE, by the way, looks to be the strongest one right now out of the two. What we can do for just a little bit, like I said before, I love this product that we have now. We can take a look at the rotation and see how strong it is. So both areas right now, as it stands, is classified as weak rotation. I'm using quotations right now because I don't want anyone letting their guard down just because it's not, a strong rotation or an extreme rotation. So keep this in mind. This is going to be south and west of Russellville, and then we have the one near Hector at this current time here. So to repeat, We have a tornado warning in place. I'm going to go over both tornado warnings right now. It's going to go for our folks here. Give me 1 second. It's going to go for our folks in southwestern Van Buren County, north central Conway County, and east central Polk counties. At this time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Hector, or 18 miles northeast of Russellville, moving east at about 50 miles per hour. That's pretty fast, Arkansas. That's pretty fast. So if you're in this tornado warning, you don't have a lot of time to kind of, meter about and trying to see if this thing is going to, actually get confirmed or not. Use this time right now to seek shelter at this point here. And then we have another one down here that's going to include the downtown area of Russellville. That's for east central Logan County, northeastern Yale County, and then southwestern Polk County. It's going to go until 8:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Mount Nebo State Park, or 8 miles west of Russellville. This one is moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour here. Regardless of the tornado potential here, I do want to talk to you guys about the severe thunderstorm warnings here. So these are also going to go for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, and also upwards to a 1/4 inch hail at this current time here. Okay, so just looking at the rotation strength right now, Rich, unless you have seen something on your end that we need to address, it looks like both areas right now are in that what we call that weak zone, but that doesn't mean anything. Right. Still take your tornado precautions at this time. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. These are very low rotations, so it's not screaming, right now is what I'm saying.
All right. So what we could do for just a little bit, not seeing anything on CC, by the way. Looks crystal clear on the debris tracker, which is really great news. Like I said, when we're doing these tornado warning coverage, we don't want to see, a blue debris ball. We don't want to see a tight area of rotation. We want to tell you guys, this area of rotation is dying out. We don't want the catastrophic stuff here. So right now, just looking at this, looks like we don't have anything confirmed on the ground, which is great news. However, like I said before, the area of rotations in question, one near Russellville and then the one up there just to the east of the Hector area, both alarmed LZK or Little Rock enough for them to go ahead and put the tornado warning out. So what we're going to do for just a moment is we're going to take a track of the entire system itself here. This is including both tornado warnings, and I'm going to clock it to the east at about 50 miles per hour here. Okay, so we're going to zoom this out, and we're going to put a track on this. So it's going to be moving to the east. Let's take a look at the cities here. Okay, so Atkins, you've got about 5 minutes. Okay, if you're in Atkins, it's time to seek your tornado precautions now. And if you're in Center Ridge, you've got it's going to be coming at you at 8:11. Take your tornado precautions immediately. Morrilton, Clinton area, over towards Springfield, Plummerville, B Branch, Damascus area, Twin Groves, Menifee, over towards Greenbrier, Guy, Fairfield Bay, Quitman, Greer's Ferry, over towards Rosebud, Heber Springs, and Tumbling Shoals. So basically, let's zoom this out, kind of give you guys perspective on what's going on here. Okay, so for our folks in Central Arkansas, Little Rock, Conway, this is not going to. It's not going to affect Little Rock. Conway, we're going to keep an eye on it just in case this thing decides to dive to the south and east. But downtown Little Rock, this is not going to affect you. Hot Springs, this is not going to affect you at this time. So folks in Central Arkansas, this is a storm-weary area. I want to let you guys be rest assured that we're not expecting this to move in that general direction right now. But we are going to watch our folks up here near the Russellville area, near Clinton, and also I'm going to keep an eye on Conway just in case this thing decides to make a jaw to the south and east at this current time here. So let's kind of tilt this out. What we're going to do is we're going to zoom down, kind of give you guys perspective. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to turn on the counties so you guys kind of have a visual on where this is county-based at this current time here. And it's going to be, like I said before, the area of rotation right now is in Polk County, POPE. This does include downtown Russellville, and this also does include our folks up here near the Hector area, and this also includes southwestern Van Buren and also northwestern Conway County. Not downtown Conway, but Conway County. This is going to be moving to the east, so our folks in Van Buren County, Claiborne County, Faulkner County, and Conway County, make sure that you're watching this storm here. If additional tornado warnings get issued, make sure you have that safe place ready to go just in case you need to seek your tornado precautions at this time here, okay? But like I said before, for our folks in Little Rock, the Sherwood area, the Cabot area, those down there that are storm-weary in Central Arkansas, this is not going to affect you guys unless this thing decides to take a southeast turn And then obviously if it does do that, we will address that. But right now it looks like these storms are moving to the east, northeast at this point. Rich, do you have anything you'd like to share at this time?
No, I do not.
Okay. So that's good news. The fact that you don't have anything to share right now is really good news. So for the 2 tornado warnings are in place right now here. Pope County, Van Buren, Conway. Makes Conway County, by the way, not Conway, not downtown Conway, because a lot of people will hear that and think it's downtown Conway. It's not. It's Conway County. That is just to the west of downtown Conway. We're gonna watch you guys there, but right now it does appear that these storms are moving ever slowly to your north. I'm more concerned about the Morrilton area, the Greenbrier area, and the Clinton area, over towards Heber Springs. So if you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions. Right now, what we could do is we could take a look. Once again, like I said, our new product, the rotation strength right now. And I'm getting concerned about 2 things, Rich. Number one, the area just south of Russellville. It is now looking like the area of rotation is starting to get going once again. And then you're going to have to watch the one up there that just moved over the community of Hector that's moving into Van Buren County. But right now, what I would say is this one down here, the southern one now, that's going over the southern row, the southern community of Darnell, the Pottsville area. It's going on the southern side of Russellville. That's what I was trying to say.
Might be trying to pass off to the south.
Yeah, I saw that. I see that on radar right now here, because this area just lit up like a Christmas tree right now, just south of Russellville and just to the north and east of the Darnell area here. So we'll keep an eye on that. If you're in downtown Russellville right now, stay where you are. Continue to take your tornado precautions. That's getting away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to that lowest level of your home immediately here. Also, for our folks up here to the north, that's going to go for the community of Hector, the Appleton area, also towards Van Buren and northwestern Conway County. Remain where you are. Take your tornado precautions. We'll be talking about taking your tornado precautions. That's getting away from the windows. That's putting as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. And that's getting to the lowest level of your home immediately here, okay? If you are in a mobile home or you're in a trailer, right now, obviously, it's too late if you're in the Russellville and the Darnell area, but let's take a look just kind of downstream here. And what we're going to do, give me just 1 second here, I'm going to zoom this out. I did not mean to do that. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to zoom this out, and what we're going to do is we're going to put both areas here, not just the specific area, but both areas of interest, and we're going to track this out to the east at about 50 miles per hour here, okay? So give me 1 second. That's going to go for our folks, like I said before, the Hattieville area, Morrilton, Center Ridge, over towards Springfield. If you find yourself on this list of cities right now, go ahead, seek your tornado safe spots, especially on this southern end now, Rich. That's just south of the interstate. That one is starting to get its act together. And like you just mentioned, it looks like it's starting to hand off the area of rotation, because the northern side looked like it was super strong. Now the southern side looks like it's starting to get its act together very, very quickly here. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. But I want to make this crystal clear too. This is not going to be a tornado outbreak. We're not expecting this to be a tornado outbreak. But the environment that is in place is capable of producing severe weather, which does include the potential of some isolated tornadoes here. So we are going to keep an eye on it. Like I said before, even though it's not an outbreak, that doesn't mean anything in Arkansas. You still need to be on guard. Make sure that you have our mobile app downloaded. That's going to be Arkansas Weather Watchers. You can go search it up in the Play Store at this time here, okay? So those that are tuning in, like I said before, this is Tornado Warning Coverage. Myself, Chief Forecaster Cameron, and our Executive Director Rich here. We're here to keep you guys updated. This is going to be moving into Conway County, Faulkner County, Claiborne County, and also Van Buren County at this current time. What I'm going to do for just a moment here, I'm not taking anything away for our folks up there in Conway County, Pope, or Van Buren County, but I want to kind of address this one that is near Russellville right now, because Russellville is a heavily populated area. Obviously, but it's not only just that, it's just because that I'm starting to get concerned. You see how our rotation strength here, you can see on our scale it has weak, but you see once you start getting into that light green, it's on the threshold of becoming strong, which means that if it continues to gain strength, this could produce an isolated tornado down here if this were to continue. So what I'm going to do, this tornado warning down here, it is moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour. I'm going to kind of localize this particular area, and I'm going to put it to the east at about 25 miles per hour, okay? So Pottsville is going to be coming at you within the next 13 minutes. Atkins is going to be coming at you a little after 8:30, and then the Hattieville area is going to be coming at you about 8:53. This is moving out of Pope County, POPE, and it's going to be moving into Conway County, not downtown Conway. I'm going to make this clear. Conway is down here on the bottom. Let's see if we can zoom this out. Conway's here. That is downtown Conway, but this is Conway County. There's a difference between the two. It's not downtown Conway. It's Conway County. So if you know folks that live in Hattieville or along the Interstate 40 right now, keep an eye on this. Take your tornado precautions immediately at this time here. What we're going to do is we're going to zoom this back down. Let's take a look at our rotation tracker. Rich, I'm getting concerned. Like I said before, if you have any urgent information, feel free to break in.
Well, yeah, so it crawling up the tilt,
Yeah.
it is definitely well formed.
Yeah.
Straight to the top.
Yeah.
So this is a very strong rotation, much stronger than the northern one.
Yeah. And that one right now, the area of rotation looks like it's on Shepherd Drive. That's Riverstone Street over here. This is on the southern end of downtown Russellville at this current time. There it is right in here. What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our rotation strength here, and I'm going to see if I can move this down to the lowest level of the atmosphere here. And there it is. There's a new scan. And Rich, we've got some strong rotation now starting to show up. Yeah. This is now to the south and east of downtown Russellville with the newest scan that just came in. And this is to the north and west of Pottsville. So the strongest area right now, their strongest area of rotation right now looks like it's on Sweden Road, which is south and east of downtown Russellville. And this is south of the interstate at this current point. What we're going to do is I'm going to centralize this particular area, and we're going to put a track on it, okay? So I'm going to move it to the east. Let's see if we can put it at about, I'm going to put it about 25 miles per hour, okay? So we're going to zoom this down to kind of give you guys a perspective of what's going on. So let's do this. Let's do a tilt. Kind of show you guys what's going on here, okay? So this is Russellville. This is downtown Russellville, okay? So the strongest area of rotation right now is to the south and to the east of downtown Russellville. Do not leave your safe spots if you are in Russellville right now. I want to make this clear. Do not leave your safe spots if you're in Russellville, okay? However, if you're on the south and east side of Russellville, if you're on, right now the strongest area looks like it's going to be on Sweden Road. This is just south of Interstate 40. So right now we're going to continue to monitor it. But I would dare say if there were to be an area of rotation that would produce the potential of a tornado, it's going to be right here, and we're getting some strong indications that this thing could produce a tornado in any given moment. So if you guys could do me a big favor, if you're watching this live stream on Facebook, I know we have the comments turned off, but make sure that you share this live stream. If you hit that share button, it really helps with getting this information out to someone that desperately needs it here, okay? So right now, this is tornado warning coverage. Like I said before, I'm not taking anything away for our folks up here in Pope County or in Van Buren County or in Conway County right now, but I'm getting very concerned for our folks that are just to the south and east of downtown Russellville at this current time here. Rich, what are you seeing on your end?
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. There's definitely a very strong rotation now to the east of Russellville, following that pass. So all eyes are kind of basically on that one. The northern one is definitely it's much broader. It's much weaker than it used to be.
Yeah, and like I said before, what I'm gonna do for a little bit here, I'm gonna take a look because your area of rotation, you can see right in there, that strongest area was pretty much right where that area of rotation is right now. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the debris tracker right now here. Right now, I'm not seeing, Rich, unless you see something different on your end, I'm not seeing any kind of indications that this thing is on the ground doing destruction or anything like that, which is good news.
No, it's a very strong, very strong rotation. It's just it has not, according to radars, made contact with the ground, and I'm still trying to get confirmation on that.
Yeah. So what you're looking at here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to our rotation tool so you kind of get a visual on what this looks like here, okay? So you see two numbers on your screen. what I want you to do, especially if you're at home, this is kind of like a math lesson. If you're watching this on your screen at home, you take these two numbers and you add them together and you get what's called a gate-to-gate shear. And what that means is that tells you the kind of winds that you would be dealing with if this thing were to produce a tornado. So you have 62 mile per hour winds that's moving away from the radar, and then you have 31 mile per hour winds coming towards the radar. So it's going towards the radar, coming in, kind of your inflow, and then your outflow is coming in, which is about 62. So that makes up what's called your mesocyclone right just to the east of Russellville here. Okay, so this would, I would say, I don't have a calculator right now, Rich. That would be about what? That's 393. That would be about 94 mile per hour winds, I do believe.
Right.
With your gate to gate. So that would put you at a EF, pretty much close to an EF1 if this thing were to produce a tornado here. So it would be a weak, kind of what we said earlier in our live stream. If these things were to produce a tornado, it'd be a weak, brief tornado. At this time here, but that doesn't mean anything, Arkansas. You still need to take your tornado precautions. You still need to put your safety first here, especially after everything has happened this spring. So right now, the area of rotation, I mean, it is just barely south of the interstate right now here. If you're on the interstate right now, I know there's a couple of QT stores that you can go to. There's Walmarts, there's gas stations, there's restaurants. If you're on the interstate right now, the biggest priority that I would recommend is seeking a sturdy shelter at this point. If you are at home, don't wait for this thing to get confirmed. Don't wait for, the confirmation of a tornado or anything like that. Stay ahead of the game. Stay aware of the situation. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately here. Now we have the brand new scan, and this is where the area of rotation is going to be right now here, and it's moving away from Russellville. So Russellville, if you hang on for just a little bit longer, we'll give you guys what we call a temporary all clear. We still have more storms coming in later on tonight, but the tornadic part of the storm right now is to your east. So let's wait till the tornado warning, the polygon, gets away from Russellville before we sound that all clear. So stay where you are if you're in downtown Russellville. But right now, it does look like that is impacting our folks along the interstate and the communities that is just to the east and northeast of the Russellville area here. And there's a lot of folks that live out here. Let's take a look at some roads. That's going to be, give me just 1 second. I do believe that's going to be, give me 1 second here. Should be coming up here shortly. 1 second here. So that's going to be Gala Creek Road. That's right there. That's going to be Bradley Cove Road. That is just to the east of downtown Russellville at this current time, and you can see it where this red area is that's getting away from the radar, and then you have this green area that's going towards the radar. So the area of rotation right now as it stands will pretty much be right there on Cliff Road if you know anyone that lives on that area just to the east of Russellville. This is north of Pottsville, and this is west and northwest of the community of Atkins at this current time. If you are on the interstate right now, like I mentioned before, the biggest priority that I would recommend is seeking shelter immediately at this time here. Okay, so Rich, do you have anything that you need to share at this time here?
No, I've been watching watching Twitter. I've been watching Facebook. No indications, no pictures, nothing that it's on the ground or that it's about to be. And so I don't really have too much to add. Definitely.
So, and I've had I just want to kind of make this clear too for those that are kind of wondering like where to seek shelter, etc. The biggest thing that I would recommend, and our meteorologist Jeff Baskin, he recommended this as well. Especially for those that are in apartment buildings, the bottom level of the stairwell is best if you're in an apartment. There's a lot of apartments out here just to the east of Russellville or north of Pottsville or west of the Atkins area here. So there's a lot of apartment buildings up here. What you got? What's up?
We do have some power outages just east of Russellville.
I'm getting concerned about that. Let's take a look at our rotation strength real quickly here. And I'm starting to get concerned that this area here may still be capable of producing a tornado here. Did they just drop that tornado warning? Or is the tornado warning still in effect?
I've still got 2 tornado warnings.
You still got 2 tornado warnings. Okay, all right. So,
they just made another severe thunderstorm warning toward possible from the Hector tornado warning.
Okay. So, like I said before, still going to monitor this here. That area is starting to concern me more and more and more. And it looks like it's moving to the northeast as well. Instead of where it was looking at earlier on, it was like it was going right for
Right.
Russellville. Now it's starting to make that northeasterly turn. So at this time here, let's therefore just kind of recap what's going on. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place. We have 2 tornado warnings that are in place right now. What we're going to do is, let's take a look at this. So tornado warning in effect till 8:15, and then we have another warning down here just to the east of Russellville. That's going to go until 8:30 this evening. Also, we have these severe thunderstorm warnings that are going to be in place until 9 o'clock this evening. These storms are moving to the east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and also the potential of a tornado will be possible with these storms. Right now, something that we're going to monitor very, very closely. I think the southern end, Rich, that southern one down here, has the strongest rotation right now. Just looking at things at this point. Let's take a look. There's a low level.
Yeah.
There's a low level rotation. Boy, I mean, if you're in this area, guys, that's going to be Page Road. That's just in the north and west of the Atkins area. You need to be seeking shelter immediately right now. That is a very, very strong area of rotation. Let's take a look at our rotation strength. Wow. Yeah, you go to the lowest level, Rich. There it is. Right in there. That's going to be it. And like I said, if you have anything that you need to report, man, just let me know.
Yeah, more power outages. We do have apparently RDOT Pottsville exit.
Yeah.
Will definitely show an intense amount of wind going on in that particular area. So the wind is massively kicking up with these storms. This one over here near Pottsville.
Okay.
And we've got no debris indication at this time. So that's at least in the radar indicator.
Yeah. What I'm gonna do here, and like I said, I'm not taking anything away for our folks up here at this point. I'm getting concerned for my folks over here that's just north of the interstate right now. That is a very strong area of rotation here. Kim, can you do me a big favor? Give me just 1 second here. I'm going to get this shared over. If you could do me a big favor and get this on Facebook at this time here. And what I want you to do is I've got the track up for where this is going to impact. I do believe that this may produce a tornado in any given moment. Not taking anything away from the one up there to the north, but I think this one right now is
they
going to
did
be...
drop that tornado warning to the north.
To the
It
north,
is still
yeah.
possible.
Still possible. I see the rotation up there, but I'm getting very concerned for the one that's just to the north and west of Atkins. If you know anyone that is in Conway County, the Hattieville area, the Center Ridge area, Springfield, make sure they're taking their tornado precautions now. Obviously, if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning to the north, still you need to take your tornado precautions as well. That's going to go over the Blue Gravel Road area, the Jerusalem Road. That's also going over Bridge Hill Road up here. That's just to the east of Appleton or just to the west and northwest of Center Ridge. But I'm getting concerned, Rich, about the one near Atkins. That is a very strong area of rotation that we're getting picked up on our area, on our radar. I'm getting very concerned about that here. So right now, we don't have any confirmations that this thing is producing a tornado or anything like that, which is great news. But this is very concerning because you can see with our new product, the rotation strength, once it starts getting into that strong area of rotation, that this thing could produce a tornado in any given moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at our rotation indicator. Right now, the area of rotation, the concern for it, and forgive me if I butcher this name, it's going to be near the Alpine Meadows Road. That's just to the north and west of the community of Atkins, east and northeast of Pottsville, and this is well to the east of Russellville. So if you're in Russellville right now,
they just extended that tornado warning.
Okay. If you're in Russellville right now, you're good to go at this point in terms of the tornadic part of the storm. You know, it's still going to be loud. You're still going to have some thunderstorms later on this evening. But the tornadic part of this storm here, the one that is most concerned, is to your east right now. So you're good to go. But I'm getting very, 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 very concerned here for our folks over here. Now we have, like I said, a new tornado warning in place. That's going to go for our folks in Hattieville, over towards Center Ridge, towards the Springfield area at this current time. So if you know anyone in Conway County, not in downtown Conway, in Conway County, make sure that they're taking their tornado safe spots immediately here. That's getting away from windows, putting as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and getting to that lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. Like I said before, for those that are tuning in, if y'all could do me a big favor, let's get this live stream out for our folks that are tuning in at this current time. This is a very valuable information, Don't withhold this information from anybody. Make sure that you're sharing this live stream with anyone that's in this area here. Okay, so this is going into Pope County. This is going to be moving into Conway County at this current time. Hattieville, Center Ridge, Springfield. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions now. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to the lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. Okay, so let's take a look at the normal way you would look at radar here. Okay, so this looks like Rich. This is developing into a supercell now for our folks coming out of the Pope County area, POPE, and now this is moving into.
We just got a new tornado warning.
Okay, where's the newest tornado warning?
But it's from the rotation from Hector.
Okay.
That left east, and this is going to go. Yeah, this is going.
Okay,
towards
and
Clinton.
not only that, but we now have a tornado watch. Now we have a tornado watch that's in effect. The tornado watch is going to go until 3 a.m., which now does include Conway, Faulkner, Lone Oak, Perry, Pope, POPE, by the way, Perry, and Pulaski County. So we'll talk about that tornado watch in a little bit. Heidi, if you could be a favor and get that tornado watch on Facebook, I would really appreciate it. We have this brand new tornado warning up here, and tornado warning is going to go until 9 o'clock. That's going to go for southwestern Van Buren County, north central Arkansas, and northeastern Conway County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Cleveland, or 18 miles southwest of Clinton, moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So hazard's going to be the tornado, radar indicated rotation at this current time. This is going to go for our folks in B Branch, Austin, over towards Cleveland, the Clinton area, the south side of Van Buren County, Scotland, and also this is going to include the Choctaw area over here as well. So to repeat, we do have a tornado warning that is in effect right now. We're also going to have to monitor this very, very closely on the southern end. We have a newest update from the Storm Prediction Center now. It has included much of northern and western Arkansas in this tornado risk now. So we're going to monitor this very closely here. Like I said before, this is what we told you guys earlier on, that the damaging wind threat was there, the hail threat was there, and the conditions were favorable for the potential of seeing tornadoes at this current time here. So let's take a look at our rotation strength right now. Like I said before, I'm very, very concerned for my folks over here. That's just to the north of the Atkins area. And then we have another area up here that is starting to get going. That's near Bridge Hill Road up here. That is in northern Conway County. I hate the naming scheme with this, by the way. You know, you have downtown Conway and then you have Conway County. So I want to rest assured, if you're in downtown Conway right now, Conway, Arkansas, you're good. But if you're in Conway County, right now, this is where the tornado warnings are going to be right now here. You've got one area of rotation that's moving to the east. That's going to be moving towards B Branch and the Clinton area. And also you've got this other area. I mean, Rich, this is a very strong area of rotation right now that is just to the north of Atkins. I wouldn't be shocked if this thing was producing possibly trying to produce a tornado at this point. So I'm going to put a track on this. I'm going to clock it at about 30 miles per hour. Hattieville, Springfield, Twin Groves, Damascus. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions. Now, when we talk about that, that's getting to that lowest level of your home, putting as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and that's getting to that lowest level of your home immediately at this current time here. So obviously, you're getting closer to the radar. You know, it's going to give you kind of what we call I don't know how to put this. This would be like a kind of a messed up view on what you're looking at because you're in the higher elevations up here, so you got to be careful. But this is the newest scan at this point. And also what I'm going to do is the other area of rotation up here that's just to the west and northwest of Center Ridge. Let's put a track on this real fast. And we're going to take this out about 30 miles per hour. The only community right now as it stands is B Branch. But I want to stress there's a lot of folks that live out here in northern Conway County and southern Van Buren County. There's a lot of homes in this area. A lot of people that live out here kind of away from the metropolitan areas. Make sure you give them a heads up, tell them what's going on, and make sure that they're getting to their safe spots immediately here. If you're in downtown Russellville right now, we're going to sound what's called a temporary all clear. Basically, you're in all clear from this particular storm. We have more storms that are going to be expected as we get towards tonight at this point. But this is what we call a temporary all clear. But for our folks...
We have a...
Go ahead. What you got?
Oh, yeah, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning along with the tornado warning from Russellville.
Okay.
That does include tornado possible as well still.
Okay. So the tornadic part of the storm looks like it's going to be, and I just saw it just came up here. So this newest one, wait, the newest one that just came out, that's going to go until, I do believe, 9 o'clock. That one is just to the east of Russellville. That one's east of Russellville.
Yeah.
So
I was talking about the tornado warning out of Russellville.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so just kind of we're just kind of clarifying right now here, the tornadic part of this storm, the one I have most concern right now, that's north of Atkins, this is moving east. This is moving away from Russellville. So if you're in downtown Russellville, this is not going to include your area. But this is going to go towards the Hattieville area, towards Center Ridge, towards Springfield at this point. What we're going to do, like I said before, I'm not taking anything away for our folks up here with this ongoing tornado warning at this time here. But what I'm going to do for just a moment is I'm going to put a track, and you can actually see where the strongest area of rotation is. That's north of Atkins right now. I'm going to put a track on that. I'm going to put it to the east. I'm going to put about 35 miles per hour. Hattieville, Springfield, Twin Groves, Damascus, Greenbrier, Guy. It's time to take your tornado precautions. It's time to get to your safe place immediately. It's 8:30 at night. Make sure that they're getting to their safe spots. If you are out traveling right now, find a gas station, find a grocery store, find a restaurant, get to a sturdy shelter here. You're not going to be safe in your car if you decide to do that with this at this point. So I want to make this clear. This is moving to the east. For those that are in Atkins, that are in the Dover area right now, I need you to stay where you are. You need to stay where you are. Don't leave. Let this storm pass over you, and then get out of shelter here. We have not sounded the all clear for those folks just yet. This is just to the north. Stay where you are. Take your tornado precautions. Let the storm pass, and then we will give you the temporary all clear. If you're in Russellville right now, the tornadic part of the storm has passed you to the east. But right now, if you're in Atkins, you're in Dover, stay where you are. Stay where you are. Remain in shelter at this time. This storm's going to move to the east at about 30 miles per hour. And we will give you the all clear by that point. Okay, so let's take a look at the rotation strength here. Like I said before, man, if this is not producing a tornado by this point, I'd be really shocked right now here, Rich. It's got some really, really strong rotation right now. And
it does.
We're going to put a track over here. Like I said before, I'm going to track at about 35 miles per hour. And this is looking at where that area of rotation is, by the way, with our new product. So Hattieville, Springfield, Twin Grove, Greenbrier, and then Guy. This is where that strong area where you see this red right in here, that's just to the north and east of the community of Atkins. This is where it's tracking at this current time. So Hattieville, Springfield, Twin Groves, Guy, Greenbrier, and the Damascus area. Keep an eye on that storm here. That's going to be something that we're going to have to monitor very, 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 very closely at this current time here. Also, like I said before, not taking anything away for our folks up here on the northern side of all this. Let's take this down so you guys kind of see. Downtown Clinton along 65, you are under that tornado warning. Let's go ahead and get some state highways up for you guys, kind of give you guys a visual where this is at. So there's Clinton, there's State Highway 9 right here. That's Highway 65 that goes south towards B Branch. Make sure if you know anyone in these areas that they're taking their tornado precautions now. The area of rotation of concern is going to be right there on Highway 95 right now, which is just south and west of Clinton, or just to the west of B Branch, or north and west of Center Ridge. So anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately at this point here. Okay, so
looks like
go ahead. What you got for me, Rich?
Yeah, looks like when it was just east of Russellville from a train spotter, they saw a wall cloud.
They saw a wall cloud.
Yeah.
That's going to be. I didn't hear that correctly. Which one was that for? The southern or the northern?
That was one that just went when it went east of Russellville. They saw a wall cloud.
They saw a wall cloud. So it's going to be that one down here near Hattieville, which is indicating on our radar of the strong rotation potential here. So, like I said before, this is what we have. I'm going to put a track. We've got a new scan coming in of these. Like I said before, this is what we call the rotation strength. So for those that are not familiar with this product, what this is it tells us what the rotation, how strong this area of rotation is, and it will be capable of producing a tornado. Obviously, the stronger it gets, you start getting into the strong and then extreme. Obviously, the higher probability of this thing producing a tornado. So right now, as it stands, it's going to be right there on Highway 95. And it's going to be moving to the east here, okay? So State Highway 336, Highway 9, and this is also the Clinton area here. So Highway 65, Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible. Get to the lowest level of your home immediately. I'm going to put a track on it. Let's put it to the east. I'm going to clock it about 30 miles per hour. So the B branch area, right around 902. And then the hidden area, if I mispronounce that name, I apologize. It's going to be around 927 at this current point here, okay? Also, let's kind of take a look here. What I'm going to do is we're going to go back over to our radar. We're also, Rich, not taking anything away from these 2 tornado warnings right now. I'm also going to keep an eye on this storm back out here towards Danville. Right now, it looks like this area of rotation is trying to get going. I wouldn't be shocked. Let's take a look at the rotation strength. I wouldn't be shocked if this one ends up possibly becoming tornado warned downstream. If this does become tornado warned, then this will eventually make its way towards the Perryville area, Perry County, and it may try to impact our folks over here in Faulkner County and may go to the north of possibly Pulaski County. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And speaking of which, we now have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for it. Not a tornado possible with it right now. 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds with this at this current time here. But to kind of bring you back to where it's going on right now, we have 2 areas of rotation that we're keeping an eye on here. One to the west and northwest of Center Ridge. Then we have the other one that is just to the west of Hattieville right now. Both areas are capable of producing tornadoes here. If you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately here. Those that are in Russellville right now, I want to make this crystal clear. You are good to go, okay? I'm giving you guys what's called a temporary all clear. That means you're all clear from this tornadic storm, but you do have more storms that you'll have to deal with later on. But as it stands right now, where the tornado warning is, where the area of rotation is, where this thing could be capable of producing a tornado, as it stands right now, it is to your east. So if you're in Russellville, you can come out of your shelters. You're good to go if you're in Russellville. However, if you're in Center Ridge, you're in Springfield, you're in, that's going to be the Hattieville area, Atkins, you need to take your tornado precautions now. I mean now. You need to be in shelter immediately. I'm getting very concerned, Rich, especially for our folks on the southern end of Hattieville. That's coming now into western Conway County here. Not downtown Conway, by the way. Like I said, I hate the naming scheme, but this is Conway County. Make this clear. If you're in downtown Conway, you're good right now. But this is in Conway County. This is coming out of Polk County, POPE, and it's living in Conway County at this current time here. This is right now, it is on County Highway 449, which is just south and west of the community of Hattieville here. Rich, what do you have to report at this current time?
Still got nothing on CC, no debris indication, so that's good. Nothing on the social media outlets. So yeah, I mean, this is just literally just right above these people's heads, and it has not produced as far as we can tell yet.
So what's going on? And Rich, before we went live, we were actually talking about this, about the lapse rates. So I'll give you guys kind of a little bit of a weather lesson here. So you're seeing this product right now here, and it's absolutely just screaming that this thing is going to produce a tornado at any given moment. And National Weather Service in Little Rock has every right to put a tornado warning out on this because it can produce a tornado. But what's going on is the reason why this hasn't immediately touched down is that there's what we call a stable layer. So when thunderstorms develop, they go upwards, right? So your mid-level is very unstable, and it can easily produce a tornado at any given moment. But once you start coming down to our level, that's what's called a stable layer. And when these storms are trying to go up, they're trying to produce a tornado, it's running right into that stable layer. So right now, when you're looking at this on radar, it is screaming that this thing should already be on the ground doing destruction, all that mumbo jumbo stuff. But right now, as it stands, like Rich said, there's no social media. We haven't got anything in the weather center, anything of confirmed reports or anything like that. We haven't gotten that. Power outages did jump up, by the way, to 2,000 across the board. But right now, we haven't heard anything in terms of this thing producing a tornado. So
right.
As it stands right now, what's going on is you have a very strong area of rotation at the lowest levels of the atmosphere. Will it come down? Will it touch down? We'll have to wait and see. That is why National Weather Service in Little Rock has put a tornado warning, because of the fact that this thing can produce a tornado at any given moment here, okay? So if you're in the community of Hattieville, you need to be in shelter now. Like, you need to be in your safe place now. And if you're in your mobile home or trailer, you've ran out of time. You're not going to be able to get to where you're going in a safe place. So if you're in that situation, then what I want you to do, you grab a blanket, you grab a pillow, you grab something to protect your head, you get to that lowest level, and you cover right now. Because you're not going to be able to get out and go to a grocery store or anything like that. That time has expired. So keep that in mind, especially for those that are going to be in the Hattieville area at this point. Okay, so this is going to continue to move off towards the east. Springfield, Twin Grove, anyone on Highway 65 right now, this is my first alert to you guys. If you're traveling on Highway 65, this is moving towards your area. Those that are in downtown Conway, as it stands right now, this is going to track to your north and into your west. At this point, you are not in any immediate danger if you're in downtown Conway. This is affecting Conway County. I hate the naming scheme, but this is affecting Conway County, okay? So if you're in downtown Conway, which you can see on the map, this is Conway. Right now, as it stands, you're not in any immediate danger. But for my folks in Springfield, the community of Springfield, Twin Groves, Greenbrier, the Guy area, over towards Damascus, you need to seek your tornado precautions now. Don't wait for this thing to get closer and closer. It's producing strong rotation. It is time to get to your safe place immediately here. Let's take a look to the ones in the north, by the way. Did they drop the tornado warning up here?
They did for the one east of Hector.
Yeah,
they dropped
that
it.
did drop
still
it.
toward pause.
Still toward pause. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna clear this off, and I'm gonna put a track on here for this particular area, and I'm gonna track it once again to the north at about not to the north, to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So B branch over towards Greer's Ferry. This is where it's gonna be moving towards those areas. Highway 9, Highway 65, Highway 92, Highway 225, and it's also gonna be Highway 16 over here and Highway 110. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. This is going to continue to move off towards the east. I want to make this clear. This is not going to impact downtown Clinton right now, but you need to seek your safe spots just in case. Whenever you're trying to, pinpoint where these tornadoes are going to go, tornadoes have a mind of their own. You could put a track on it all day long, but if it decides to go north or it decides to go south or decides to, go northeast or southeast, that's what it does. So there's a reason why this thunderstorm warning toward pause is pretty broad, because this thing could easily hand off or anything like that. So if you're the only one in Clinton, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions. If you're the only one that's traveling on Highway 9 right now or Highway 65, stop what you're doing, find a gas station, find some restaurants, find a grocery store that's open, and get to your safe place immediately at this current time here. But I will say, between the two right now, the one that's north and west of Center Ridge and the one that's south and west of Hattieville, the one near Hattieville is standing out like a sore thumb right now. And that one can easily produce a tornado at any given moment here. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at our rotation tracker at this time. This is what we look at. This is the wind speeds, by the way. And this is moving to looking to the south and west of the community of Hattieville. And this is where it's going to be right here. So this is going to be to the north and east of Interstate 40. At this current time here. Rich, do you have anything that you need to report? I'm getting concerned about that.
Yeah.
Let me double check and make sure that that's matching up to where our rotation is. Are you seeing anything on CC on your end?
Yeah. Well, okay. So I saw something briefly, and
Yeah.
it just doesn't match up right. And so I'm disregarding it.
Okay.
I don't think it was potential debris, but
Are we sure? Because
it's-
right now,
it's really close.
Right now, we're the current area of rotation. This is for those that are tuning in, by the way. This is south and east of the community of Hattieville. This is in Conway County, not in downtown Conway. This is in Conway County. This is just to the east, not to the east, to the west of Highway 287. I saw this area right in here, this debris tracker. It is right over Martin Road right now, and it's matching up to where that rotation is. So
yeah, I know it was just for one scan, and I mean there could have been a brief touchdown. We're not saying there was. Like I said, it's possible that because it did almost match up exactly where the rotation was. So really, it's just kind of a guessing game at this point. If it just captured it for a single frame, new frame comes in what, every 4 or 5 minutes?
Yeah, on our end, it's about, I think it's about 4 to 5 minutes. It's 4 or 5 minutes. I do.
Yeah.
believe.
So within that moment, there may have been a brief touchdown. I am seeing increased power outages. Right now at this time, there's 362 without power in Pope. And I'm waiting for anything to pop up out of Conway. Right now, there's nothing reported out of Conway for power outages, but the power outages are increasing in Pope County.
Okay, this is where that area of rotation is going to be. I mean, man, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that because that is right where the area of rotation is. I mean, it is dead set on where that rotation was right now.
But the problem, though, is it could be the difference between, the separation of the storm.
Yeah.
And because I am seeing it, I see it right here. If that was a part of the debris signature, then yes, that would be debris signature, the part of the rotation part.
Yeah.
It's just very hard to tell at this point because it's not very big.
Yeah.
So if it was some sort of debris, it's not a whole lot. Latest scan indicates.
Yeah, there's latest scan that just came in.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and get this up for you guys. There you go. So, that latest scan is something I'll have to continue to monitor here. It's right in here. I mean, this is still, folks that are tuning in, this is still showing very strong rotation, regardless of this thing producing a tornado or not. This is very strong rotation that is producing right now here. That is right over State Highway 213, Highway 95, and this is also going to be State Highway 287. So we're going to have to monitor this very, very closely. Make sure if you know anyone in these areas that they're taking their tornado precautions now, regardless if this thing produces a tornado or not. We're going to have to watch this extremely close here. We're also going to keep an eye on the storm down here that is south and west of Russellville. Not taking anything away from the true tornado warnings up here. This one over here, capable of producing 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail, but it is starting to show signs near the Rover area, the community of Rover, and south and west of the community of Danville. That is starting to show some areas of rotation here. So things are starting to get together really quickly as we get later and later into the evening, especially for our folks over here and the portions of north central and also west central Arkansas at this current time. What I'm going to do, go ahead. What you got? What's up?
That is right on the rotation at this point, this debris indication.
Yeah.
So if it's not, I have to say that the latest radar scans do match with a potential debris signature. But I'm not going to say it outright that it is.
Okay.
Because it is right there on top of the rotation.
Yeah.
The debris signature.
I'm getting very concerned for the Yale County supercell. I'm getting very concerned about it. It's got the classic hook here. Well, let's zoom down, kind of give you guys a perspective here. So I'm going to clear this up for a little bit, kind of give you guys a little bit of what's going on. There's actually, we'll call this 3 supercells here. You've got one that is in Van Buren County. This is just tornado possible. Looks like it handed off to the southern end. But the 2 dominant ones right now are in Conway County, and then you have the one down here in Danville. The Danville one, I'm going to be honest with you. We're going to go ahead and sound a first alarm for our folks over here in Perry County. So if you're in the Casa area, Perryville, southern Conway County, go ahead and take your tornado precautions immediately. Let's go ahead and be proactive, and let's stay above the ball game here. Go ahead and seek your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side. This thing has a very, 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 very good structure. It has the inflow. You can see the appendage on the southwestern side of the storm. It's got a really decent hail core with it. Let's go ahead. Let's just, before the tornado warning gets issued, because I know what's going to happen, it's going to move east. The environment's going to get better. And this is what we're going to have to watch here. So let's go ahead and I'm going to, like I said, for our folks in Perry County and Conway County, let's go ahead and take your tornado precautions immediately. I know this is a basic severe thunderstorm warning right now, but I do not like the presentation that I'm seeing right now. So I'm going to clock it at about 40 miles per hour. So the community of Rover, Plainview, Ola, Casa, over towards Ladona. Let's go ahead, like I said before, let's get that safe place ready to go. I think eventually this thing were to continue and its strength were to increase. This thing could easily could easily produce a tornado at any given moment here, okay? So we'll keep an eye on this. It's pushing off towards the east. very, very quickly at about, let's see, that's going to be moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So, hang on. All right. So, Rich, what are you seeing on your end at this current time?
I am seeing. Let's see here. There, not much in the way of. I mean, there is still continued concern about the one just east of Russellville. Power outages, I think, have gone up just slightly. In Pope, yeah, they've gone up another 100. Conway is starting to report power outages. Conway County. So there is a considerable amount of wind, at the very least, with this particular storm. But we still have no confirmation on if this is on the ground. Only potential indicators. So it's so strong. It's incredible that this ain't already on the ground.
Definitely. So we're gonna have to continue to monitor that. Like I said before, whoa. Do you this one right here? South and east of Hattieville, very strong rotation with this now. I'm getting 68 outgoing. This is going to be about 24. So you're looking at a little over 80, close to 90 mile per hour gate to gate shear with this. So yeah, I'm getting concerned about that one. That one has shown strong rotation for the longest time, and that's going to continue to move on towards the east here. So we'll keep an eye on this. Like I said before, this is going to be right just to the south and east of the community of Hattieville. This is going to continue to move out towards the east here, and it just continues to show strong rotation here. This thing produces a tornado. It's going to happen very, very quickly. So if you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado safe spots immediately at this current time. Rich, do you have anything in terms of power outages? And also, one thing I want to ask too, have you heard anything in terms of reports? Because I know you said that one wall cloud earlier on. So
yeah, it was only that one report, and then when it passed off, it's kind of hard to keep track on social media in terms of reports of things, because you have to follow the path along town names and all that, and so I haven't seen too much in the way of reports other than there was. Yeah, that's it. It's just really we're kind of following the power outages, and we're following the track of the storm right now.
Okay. So we'll have to continue to monitor here. Like I said before, this is going to be the area of rotation right in here. That's just to the east of Hattieville. This is moving to the east. At about, I see the tornado warning is going to go until 3. It's going to go until 9 o'clock, but it's moving east at about 30 miles per hour here. So Springfield, Twin Groves, Guy, Quitman, take your tornado precautions immediately. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside as possible, and get to that lowest level of your home immediately at this time. Also, we're going to monitor this other area of rotation up here that's just to the west of B Branch. Still, it's weak right now in nature, but it's still capable of producing a tornado up there. And like I said before, I'm going to watch this one down here near Danville. I know this is a regular severe thunderstorm warning right now, but my folks in Perry County, southern Conway County, go ahead. What I want you guys to do, go ahead and have that safe place ready to go. There's nothing wrong with being proactive, and there's nothing wrong with being ahead of the game. Think of it like you're getting ready to play football. You got a play coming, and you're 2 steps ahead of your opponent. Think of it same way whenever you're dealing with a tornado warning. So there's nothing wrong with being 2 steps ahead. There's nothing wrong with preparing for any case, any scenario. So if you know anyone that's down here in Perry County or southern Conway County at this current time, what we'll do is, I'm not taking anything away from the 2 tornado warnings here, but I want to be proactive with this one, because I'm going to tell you this right now here, and this is not meant to scare anybody. If this goes tour warned, this is going straight for downtown Conway. That's going to include a very highly populated area if this goes tour warned. It's showing a good amount of rotation on its southern end. It's got the supercell structure on it. We're going to have to continue to monitor it. Right now, no ongoing tornado warnings with it right now, and it still has rotation. But we're going to keep an eye on this storm here. If it's any indication of what's happened with these 2 supercells up here, that's just north of Interstate 40, that this may be an eventual problem downstream. There is a tornado watch that is in effect until 3 o'clock. So we're going to monitor that right now. Like I mentioned before, this is not on the ground. It's not producing any damage or anything like that. But this is something that we're just going to have to continue to monitor as it moves off towards the east here. But let's go back up here for just a little bit. Like I said before, we're just kind of bouncing around between these three different storms right now here, these three different areas of rotation. The strongest one as it stands right now is going to be in Conway County. Not downtown Conway. Conway is right here. This is Conway County. So that's where the strongest area of rotation is going to be. It is right on Arkansas Highway 9 right now here, and it's moving to the east. So the community of Springfield, Twin Groves, Guy, and Quitman, you need to seek your tornado precautions immediately at this current time. Okay, so for those that are coming in, I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. This is our Executive Director Rich. We're here to give you guys tornado warning live coverage. This is something that we're going to continue to monitor as the storm continues to move off towards the east here. So Damascus, Quitman, over towards Guy, and also towards the Springfield area. Make sure that you take your tornado precautions immediately at this current time here. Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, we continue to see potential possibilities of debris signatures with this storm, but still has not been reported as on the ground or observed. So we're pretty much just kind of left in the dark here until we can get some storm spotter out there. Unfortunately, HSC, we were not planning on having tornadoes today. It's not even in the area of where there was a threat. So, we should probably expect that though, as things have happened lately. But
definitely,
power outages continue to rise as well. So I'm continually monitoring that.
Definitely. So I'm getting concerned. I'm gonna have to keep an eye. Like I said, I'm not trying to take anything away from these. I'm getting concerned about this one. I know this is just a regular severe thunderstorm warning right now here, but that area of rotation, that southern end near Rover, I'm right now. We're monitoring it. Well, I'm gonna see what's gonna happen as it moves off towards the east. But this may be, like I said, an eventual problem for our folks over here in Perry County, over towards Perryville, the Cassa area, over towards Conway and Mayflower. So we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, like I said, for this one right in here, take your tornado precautions immediately. What we're going to do is we're going to zoom this down, and we're going to show you guys what's going on. So you have your inflow coming in kind of like this, and you have your outflow like this. So this is where that tornado potential is going to be right in here. It is just to the west of Springfield right now, and it's moving to the east here. So Twin Groves, Guy, Quitman, take your tornado precautions immediately. For those that are tuning in, make sure that you share this live stream out, guys. It's going to help you guys out. I want to make this crystal clear that we are not answering questions during tornado warning coverage. Our coverage is strictly for our folks that are in the tornado warning polygons right now and those that are directly affected. But I want to make this crystal clear that we are not answering any questions right now in terms of, what's going on tomorrow or downstream or any certain cities or areas that are not affected by these tornado warnings here. So this is something that we're going to monitor. We have a tornado warning now. I knew it. Yep. I knew it. We now have okay, so it's not a tornado warning. Let me double check. That is a tornado warning.
No, it is a tornado warning.
It is tornado warning. I knew it. I knew it. We would have to watch that very closely here. We now have a brand new tornado warning. Now this is going to be moving into a heavily populated area down here. So our folks in Perry County now, if you're listening to this live stream, if there was ever a time to get this shared out and get this information out to our followers, this is the time right now here, because now we have a supercell that's going to be moving to the east, and now this is going to make a potential threat for our folks in Perryville, the Bigelow area, over towards Mayflower, and potentially the Conway area. So we're going to have to monitor this very closely. I knew the structure, the inflow that was coming in, I knew that it will eventually be a problem, and now we have a brand new tornado warning that is in effect for our folks down here. So let's take a look at this real fast. Tornado warning is in effect for western Perry County, southwestern Conway County, northwestern Saline, and central Yale counties here until 9:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Plainview and Yale County, or near Danville, moving east at 45 miles per hour here. So obviously the potential of a tornado and quarter-size hail is the possibility with the storm here. And I told you guys not taking anything away from the one up there near Hattieville, near Springfield, or the Guy area right now that's moving into northern Faulkner County. But this one right in here, if there was ever a threat to our folks in Mayflower, Conway, the Bigelow area, or Perryville, this is going to be the storm because it's moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So a tornado warning remains in effect. This is why we told you guys, if you know anyone in Perry County right now, this is the time to take your tornado precautions immediately at this point. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and look what we call our rotation strength here. Now, don't be deceived with it looking like it's quote-unquote weak. Right now, this is over higher elevations here. This is coming off of the mountains out here in western Arkansas. What's going to happen is the environment, which is surprisingly enough, Rich, we talked about this earlier on, the environment is not conducive for a tornado outbreak. Let me make this clear. But it is conducive for the potential of isolated tornadoes and the potential of damaging winds and large hail. So I want to make this clear. Even though we have multiple tornado warnings, we're not expecting, what Iowa had or, what they had up there earlier on this afternoon. We're not expecting that down here in Arkansas. But we are going to monitor these supercells. They will be capable of producing some isolated tornadoes as they continue to move off towards the east here, okay? So, new tornado warning is going to go until 9:30 this evening. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1/8 tail, and the potential of tornado with this storm. We're also going to take a look at this other one up here. So, we have 2 tornado warnings. This one's going to go until 9 o'clock. That's going to go for our folks up here in Conway County, not downtown Conway, but Conway County. And I will say for our folks in northern Faulkner County, southwestern Claiborne County, and southeastern Van Buren County, I do foresee a tornado warning that's going to be issued for those areas here. Go ahead, Rich.
No, I don't have. I'm trying to look actually for any type of. Oh, don't mind the thunder.
Don't mind the thunder, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out if there was any damage reports or anything. There's been no damage reports at this time, so maybe what we were seeing was not a debris indicator.
Okay.
But if you look, I'm still looking at that. That one tornado warning that we have in the north. It looks like another. It looks like it was just extended.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just extended it. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured they were going to. It's going to go for it's for Faulkner, Van Buren, Claiborne, and also White counties here. So, this is going to continue to move off towards the east here. This is something I'm very, very, very concerned about. There it is, new tornado warning that's in effect now. That's going to go for Faulkner County, Van Buren, and Claiborne counties now. Something that we're going to continue to monitor. Narrative rotation here, but I'm worried about this one down here. This one right here, not taking anything away from the one up here. This one, if you're in Conway, Mayflower, the Valonia area, that's going to be the one of concern. That's the one that's going to move to the east, and that will eventually impact our folks over here. So if you're listening to this right now, you're along Interstate 40 in Conway, Mayflower, Valonia, or in Perry County, you need to monitor this one right in here. You need to keep an eye on that. Don't wait for it to get confirmed. Don't wait for it to get to you. Watch these storms very closely. These storms are in an environment that can produce brief tornadoes. Keep this in mind here. All these storms right now are what we call supercells. They're by themselves. They're in an environment that is capable of producing these tornadoes. So keep that in mind. And in Perry County, Conway County, this is moving to the east. I'm going to keep an eye on, like I said before, I've got a bad feeling about this one. Not taking anything away from the one up here. This is also going to include our communities in Springfield, Twin Groves, Guy, and also the Equipment area. But this one down in here, we're going to monitor that one very closely because that one is going to eventually impact our folks down here in southern Faulkner County. That's Conway, Mayflower, Valonia. Monitor that storm very, very closely here, guys. Something that we're going to continue to monitor here. What do you have for me, Rich?
More power outages.
More power outages. Okay. What are we looking at in terms of power outages right now?
So currently our current power outages total across the state is 2,413. We've got now 552 in Pope County that are out. Now we have 23 reported in Conway, and that number continues to rise.
Okay.
Logan County experienced 388 without power.
Okay. So I want to make this clear too. For those that are on Facebook, make sure that you get this live stream out to your family and friends here. Okay. Rich, I do believe I think you've turned the comments on briefly on Facebook.
I did because it was affecting our reach.
Okay.
And so I am allowing it, but I want to keep everyone in mind to remember that we are not answering questions while we are live covering tornado warnings. If you are in the path, we encourage you to at least consider going to YouTube or Discord. We've posted the link several times. We'll continue to try to post those again, but we just cannot help answer questions while we're covering tornado warnings.
Definitely. So keep that in mind. If you're on Facebook, you can, the comments are turned on right now here, but our moderators are going to be on YouTube and it's going to be on Discord. We're not going to be answering questions during tornado warning coverage right now here. So we've got 2 areas of concern. Like I mentioned before, I'm going to zoom this down and I'm going to tilt this so you guys kind of have a perspective on where this is at here. Okay, so here's downtown Little Rock. There's Sherwood, there's Benton, these areas right in here. I mean, all spring long, this is a storm-weary area, okay? There's 2 tornado warnings right now here. One's going to go in northern Faulkner County, southern Van Buren County. This one's capable of producing a tornado here, okay? And then also the one over here towards Perry County, over towards Yale County. This one right in here, and I want to make this crystal clear. My folks in Conway, Mayflower, Valonia, the Roland area, don't wait until this storm is on top of you. This is moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. You have the advantage. You're not under a tornado warning right now. This storm is well to your west. You have the advantage right now here. Go ahead, get that safe place ready to go. Talk to some family members or some friends that you know that live in this area and give them a heads up. Tell them what's going on and let them know that there's a tornadic storm moving into that vicinity. Will it maintain itself? We'll have to wait and see. But right now, on the trajectory, it's going to go on the southern end of Faulkner County. So don't wait for the polygon to get issued. Don't wait until it's confirmed and stuff like that. Do it while it's quiet. You have the time right now. You've got about a 30 to 40 minute advantage right now compared to those out there in Yale County and Perry County. So use that time wisely. Don't lollygag around and wait until the tornado warning's issued and then seek shelter. Go ahead and get that safe place ready to go. Go ahead and let your family members and your friends know ahead of time. That way they are ready to go. I'm fairly certain if you give them that heads up, they will be very appreciative of you. So keep that in mind, especially my folks in Perryville, the Castle area over towards Houston, over towards Plainview, and also for our folks in Roland, the Conway area, the Valonia area, Mayflower. Watch this storm very, 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 very closely here, guys. I don't like that trajectory of it moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour. This one up here as well. I'm not taking anything away from our folks up here in Conway County, Faulkner, southern Van Buren, or in southwestern Cleburne counties here. Let's take a look at what we call our rotation strength at this current time. Both areas right now here still showing a strong amount of rotation that is just to the west of Greenbrier or just south and west of the Damascus area. This is going to continue to move off towards the east. So those in Rosebud, Heber Springs, Searcy, watch this closely. This is moving into Cleburne and into White County. We're going to have to keep an eye on this storm as it continues to move off towards the east. And we're also going to have to monitor the storm down here in Yale and in Perry counties at this current time here. But folks, if you're not in the tornado polygon and this is headed in your direction, there's absolutely no reason why you should be lollygagging around, waiting until the polygon gets issued and then seek shelter. Go ahead, be proactive, take that extra step. I promise you, your family and friends will thank you for warning them in advance. There is nothing wrong with giving them a 25 to 30 minute head start instead of telling them that there's a tornado warning and they only have 5 minutes to seek shelter. So that 30 minutes is going to be a big time help for those that are outside of the tornado warning polygon at this current time here. So I'm going to put a track on this one at this current time, and we're going to move it to the east. I'm going to clock it at about 40 miles per hour. So Mount Vernon coming at you about 9:36, and then Rosebud, that's in northwestern White County, is going to be coming at you at about 9:40 at this current time. And then the southern one, like I mentioned before, this is coming off the mountains. I know it says weak rotation right now. I don't like the trajectory. I just don't. Let's put it about 40 miles per hour. Plainview, Casa over towards Aldana, Perryville, Perry, Houston, the Bigelow area, and the Fort Shea area. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately. If you are in downtown Conway right now, the Perry County storm is a storm that I will be watching like a hawk right now. I would be tagging my friends. I would be letting them know, telling them what's going on. That way they know, because a lot of folks were not expecting this tonight. Keep in mind, this area was not highlighted in a tornado risk until the 8 o'clock update. So a lot of folks are not expecting this tonight. A lot of people have plans outside. They have, dinner plans, or they're going out and about. A lot of people didn't know that we were expecting this tonight. So keep that in mind. Tell them what's going on. There's nothing wrong with tagging them. Even if it weakens, if it moves to the east, I'd rather for you guys to know ahead of time than for you guys to not know, and then, you get the tornado warning and you only have like 5 minutes to do something about it. So if you're in Conway, Valonia, over towards Mayflower, Roland, Perryville, you have the advantage. Use it wisely, guys. This is time that you have to put your own safety and everybody else's safety into your own hands and get to shelter immediately at this current time here. What do you have for me, Rich?
Nothing to report at this time. Looks like, there's not much to report at this time.
Okay, and here's the thing, guys. That's good. That's good. We don't want to hear about, confirmed tornadoes or, damage or destruction or anybody's lives or property being affected. This is what you want to hear, especially in a situation where you have 2 tornado warnings on the board. So that's good. How are we looking on power outages? How power outages looking right now?
Yeah, current power outages have not changed.
Okay.
Yeah, and they're delayed though, so it usually takes about 20-30 minutes per update.
Yeah. Have we heard anything from the one up here near Greenbrier right now?
No, I have no damage reports.
No damage reports. That is a good thing, because I'm gonna tell you right now, that is a very strong area of rotation. I mean, that is very, very strong area of rotation.
The only thing that I have seen was that there was extreme wind through the iDrive Arkansas cams before it got more dark. There was an extreme amount of wind, so I would not doubt if there were, some limbs on the ground and some maybe potential, slight things that have been knocked over. But there was a good amount of wind that came through in that area.
Yeah. So this is moving to the east. This is east of the community of Springfield. This is north and west of Greenbrier. This is south and west of Twin Groves, and this is southwest of Guy right now here. So this area of rotation, like I said before, we haven't heard anything in terms of confirmed reports or anything like that. I want to make this clear for our folks as well. If you are in the comments, make sure that if you are reporting anything, that it is verifiable and it is true. A lot of folks in Central Arkansas are storm weary right now. We've had, risk after risk after risk after risk. And we have, after today, we have 4 days of more severe weather coming our way. So any reports that we get, we need to make sure that those reports are truthful and not false, okay? Because we don't want to get anyone's anxiety up, especially in situations like that here, okay? So something that we're going to continue to monitor. I said before, for our folks in Greenbrier, the Twin Groves area, the Guy area, Damascus, make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions now here. I want to make this crystal clear. For those in this area, make sure you take your tornado precautions immediately. Also, like I said before, I'm not taking anything away. We're monitoring 2 tornado warnings right now at this point, okay? So I'm going to zoom this out, kind of give you guys a kind of a tilted look at what we're looking at here, okay? So on the top right corner of your screen, that's a tornado warning that's affecting Conway County, that's Faulkner County, and also Van Buren County. And then we also are watching this other tornado warning that's going to be affecting Yale County and Perry County. And I'm growing concern, like I said before, for our folks on the southern end of this, because this is moving into a very highly populated area down here in Perryville, Bigelow area, and it's going to eventually make its way towards on the trajectory towards Conway, towards Mayflower, and potentially the Valonia area here. So we're going to monitor that very closely. The one up here near Greenbrier, strong area of rotation. Those up there, highly populated area up here as well. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions immediately at this current time. What we're going to do is I'm going to switch it back over to our detector here. This is kind of what you're looking for the winds, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to put a track on both right now here, kind of give you guys a perspective on what we're looking at. So right in here, there's the area of rotation right there. I'm going to track it at about 40 miles per hour. This is for those that are tuning in, by the way. This is why I'm concerned for the southern end. The northern end, it has my concern as well. It has very strong rotation, and those up there in Damascus, Greenbrier, the equipment area, over towards Rosebud, you definitely need to be seeking your shelters immediately. But this one down here on the southern end, that's going to moving into Perry County. Keep an eye on that. We're going to have to watch that very closely. That's going to impact the Conway area, the Mayflower area, and towards the Bigelow area over here in Perry County. So watch this situation very closely, like I mentioned before. Rich, if you hear anything, I'm talking about confirmed damage or anything confirmed, please feel free to interrupt. I mean, I promise you it's going to be okay. So please feel free to interrupt if you see anything, especially for either of these storms here, because the one up there near Greenbrier, although it's the strongest one right now, the southern one will be moving into a more highly populated area as it continues to push off towards the east here at this time. Let's see here. Put a track on this one. Rich, do you have anything you need to report on your end? Are you good?
Let's see here. Power outages have grown more in Pope and Conway now.
Okay. And we still haven't heard anything in terms of like if this thing's on the ground or doing damage or anything like that.
We have no indication.
No
it's
indication.
Just pumping out a lot of wind.
I'm
gonna
tell you guys this. I'm gonna tell you guys straightforward, and me being honest. That strong area of rotation and it's not on the ground doing anything, it's a blessing right now. I mean, you have that low level rotation that's spinning like a top, but there's no confirmed tornado. It's not connecting down to the surface. So that is some really, really, really good news that we haven't heard anything of damage or anything on the ground or anything like that. That does not mean that it will not do it. Keep this in mind. Remember I said it's got strong low-level rotation. This thing could easily produce a tornado at any moment. However, right now that we haven't heard anything in terms of any damage or anything on the ground or anything like that, that is a blessing right now, especially for our folks up here in northern Faulkner County at this time. So this is going to move to the east towards the Rosebud area, towards Floyd. Rich, keep an eye on the storm. It's moving. Yeah. It's moving towards your general area. So keep an eye on.
I've already warned a couple people.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on the storm here. I think that's also going to be moving towards Heidi as well. I think Heidi's watching this as well. So it's moving out towards the east. Tornado warning still remains in effect. It's going to remain in effect until 9:45. And then for our southern one down here, now there is some good news for the southern one, and I'm using this very, very, very loosely right now for the one that's south in Perry County. Right now, as it stands, it does not have the same signature as it did before. Now, keep this in mind. These storms will do this. They will have these moments where they're pretty weak. You look at it about another 10 to 20 minutes, it's a completely different story. So what it's doing right now, it is ingesting some showers ahead of it. That's going to make it stronger. We're going to monitor this very closely. We're going to keep an eye on that. That's moving into Perry County, Conway, Mayflower, the areas over here in southern Faulkner County. I'm telling you right now, if I lived in this area, I would be watching this storm like a hawk. I do believe Derek is watching this storm as well. We weren't planning on getting him involved because we are having Chase Cation. That's going to be coming up later on this week. But we are going to watch this because this is very local. So we're going to keep an eye on it. But I'm telling you right now, if I was in Conway or in Mayflower, I would be watching this one like a hawk. I would be keeping an eye on it. I'd be texting my friends, my family members, telling them what's going on. I would be watching this. If you're in this tornado warning right now out here in Perry County, I would be seeking shelter. Same thing goes for our folks up here in northern Faulkner County as well. This is going to continue to move out towards the east. Something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as well. Greenbrier, Rosebud, the equipment area, over towards Floyd. Make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately. When we talk about seeking shelter, by the way, for those that are tuning in, trying to figure out where to go, the biggest thing you want to focus on is getting away from the windows. A lot of people will tell you, oh, just lift the windows up. It'll get rid of the pressure. Don't do that. The tornado's going to take care of that itself if it touches down. The main thing you need to focus on is getting to that center part of your home and to the lowest part. If you have a storm shelter, that's absolutely gravy. If you have a basement, absolutely gravy. But if you don't have either of those things, what you want to do, this could be a hallway, it could be a bathroom, it could be a room or something like that that doesn't have any windows, and it's that center lowest part of your home. That is where you want to seek shelter with these storms. That is the biggest thing you want to kind of keep an eye on here at this current time here. Okay, so we'll continue to monitor this. This is continuing to push off towards the east. This is moving into northern Faulkner County. It's eventually going to make its way into western White County as this over the next hour or so. And like I said before, the one to the south, right now, as it stands, we can take a look at the rotation strength right now. As it stands right now, the strongest between the two is the one that's gonna go for our folks up here in northern Faulkner County. That is the strongest area of rotation at the moment. That does not mean this one over here in Perry County is not going to do anything. The one thing I am worried about, the one with the Perry County one, it is in higher elevation. There's a lot of mountains out there, so it's in a higher elevation out there coming off. I do believe that is going to be the Ouachitas. It's coming off the Ouachitas up there. So once it comes off of the Ouachitas, it comes down into Perry County, down into the valley. Then we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. But we'll keep an eye on this. It's going to continue to move off to the east here at about 45 miles per hour. Right now, as it stands, this one up here, this is going to be the strongest area of rotation up here in northern Faulkner County, southern Van Buren County. This is in southwestern Cleburne County, and this is going to continue to move to the east here, like I said, for our folks over here in western White County at this current time here. Let's take a look at the normal way that we look at the radar here, and just kind of give you guys a little bit of reassurance. So if you're in Russellville right now, you were just under a tornado warning earlier on. That tornado warning has dropped. You're good. If you're in Russellville, you're in Dover, and you're in Atkins, you're good to go. If you're in Dover, you're good right now. It's a temporary all clear. But the 2 tornado warnings right now, we've got one near Damascus, near the Greenbrier area. That's moving to the east. Morrilton, you're kind of in between the 2 tornado warnings right now. If you're on Interstate 40, you're kind of in between the 2, okay? And then you have the one to the south, that's in Perry County, that's moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. Another thing, keep an eye on that speed as well. Remember I just said 45 miles per hour. That is pretty decently fast. That doesn't give you a lot of time to, get the safe place ready and everything like that, especially if the polygon gets issued for your area. So anyone downstream, that's Perryville, that's Bigelow, that's over towards Conway, along Interstate 40, monitor this storm. I mean, obviously, if this thing doesn't, if it weakens on approach, that is good. And Chandler, you did make a good point in our server that the low-level lapse rates, or 5.5, and we do have a cap in place, which is helping to keep these storms from really getting out of control, but they're still capable of producing brief, weak spin-ups as they continue to move off towards the east here. So keep that in mind here as these storms continue to move off towards the east. If you're in downtown Little Rock right now, I know you're on the edge of your seat right now if you're looking at this in Little Rock, because you're like, man, is this coming for Little Rock? Are we going to repeat what happened in March last year? It's not going to be like that. I want to make that clear. This is not a high-risk day. However, we're going to monitor. Right now, I would say that the storm of interest, if there were to be any threat to those that are in northern Pulaski County or southern Faulkner County right now, it's going to be the one that's coming out of Perry County and it's moving to the east here. But that is if that storm makes it. But I would say right now the strongest one between the two is going to be for our folks up here in Faulkner County here. Okay, so this is Twin Groves. There's Guy. There's Greenbrier. Let's take a look at the rotation tracker real quick. Very strong rotation here. That's right there, Castleberry Road. That is north and west of the community of Greenbrier. This is over here towards Merritt Road. This is also towards Burkett Flat Road. Forgive me if I butchered that name, but something that we're gonna have to continue to monitor here. Now you see with the now you scan how fast this is moving. By the way, this is why we're telling you guys downstream. Don't wait until the tornado warning gets issued. Don't wait for that point. Don't wait until the tornado warning is for your area. You have a 20 to 30 minute advantage. Make sure that you're taking your tornado precautions here. Looks like we've got meteorologist Jeff Baskin with us now. Kind of a surprise event, Jeff, for our folks in Central Arkansas for tonight. If you want to have any input, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, this wasn't really screaming tornado event, but we had just enough to get a couple of those storms to spin up. We had that instability from the day. We have the forcing with the front. We have some wind shear. The wind shear really isn't all that great, which is good that it's not stronger, because if these storms had a lot of low-level wind shear to deal with, then we'd be looking at a much greater tornado threat. But the nature of these tornadoes, while still dangerous, isn't necessarily going to be long-lived and widespread. This isn't a scenario for big, EF4 tornadoes or anything like that. But you still can wind up with a tornado from any of these storms when they start to rotate the way that we've seen some of these storms start to rotate. It did in a way sneak up on us a little bit. We saw the ingredients for some storms, everything looking pretty marginal, but just enough came together to get a couple of these supercells going.
Definitely. So good amount of strong rotation here, especially that looks like that's the mid level. Let me go over to the low level real fast here, and looks like here. Give you just 1 second. Looks like we got a good amount of strong, and this storm here, especially up here near Greenbrier, ever since it came out of Polk County, it has exhibited a good amount of strong low level rotation here. Fortunately for us, we haven't had anything confirmed right now that has touched down. We haven't heard any reports or anything like that, which is great news. But something that we're going to have to continue to monitor. Like you said, Jeff, kind of a surprise event. We had the forcing from the front, the instability, the daytime heating. This area here, I noticed when you got away from North Arkansas, this area here had a lot of sunshine, so your lapse rates are a little bit better down here. That was capable of producing some of these brief, weak spin-ups along the line here. So we're gonna have to watch that very closely here. Right now, Jesse, I see it. I haven't heard anything in terms of anything being on the ground. We're looking at the debris tracker right now. I'm not going to say that this thing is confirmed. Obviously, when there's a tornado warning, you got to treat every single warning as if it was on the ground. But right now, I'm going to wait and see if there's any reports. I haven't heard anything in terms of this thing producing a tornado or not. But obviously, it still has a good amount of low level shear with it here. That's just to the north of the community of Greenbrier at this current time here. And it does have the look. What you got? What do you have? Would you say, Chandler? They just dropped it. They dropped the tornado warning. Okay, we're gonna stay on it. I'm gonna stay on it because it's still exhibiting a strong amount of rotation. So what they did is they replaced the tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. I'm gonna stay on it just in case it starts to act up again because it's still exhibiting a good amount of low level rotation here on our product here. So we're gonna keep an eye on it. I know they just dropped the other tornado warning down here near Perry County. This one, fortunately for my folks here, kind of put some minds to ease that are in Conway, Mayflower, the Valonia area. This one did weaken on approach, which is really, really great news here. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Whenever we have storms that are moving in that trajectory, it always kind of gives you that sense of, hey, make sure that these guys are covered because this is moving into a very highly populated area. Fortunately for those folks down here in Perry County, and also towards the southern half of Faulkner County. Right now, as it stands, that storm did fall apart as it was moving east, which is really, really great news. Shouldn't be complaining about it. But we're going to continue now to monitor, and this is going to be the storm that we're going to monitor very closely up here just to the east of Greenbrier here. So I know the tornado warning has been dropped. We're going to monitor it. I'm still going to continue to keep an eye on this storm as it pushes off towards the east here. So let's go ahead and put a new track on it. And let's take it off towards the east here. And I will say, just looking at this, the area of rotation here, it does look like it's still strong, don't get me wrong, but it looked a lot more impressive as it was coming out of Pope County, P-O-P-E, and it was moving into northern Faulkner County. So right now, we'll keep an eye on it. Still exhibiting a good amount of strong low-level rotation. We can take a look higher up in the atmosphere, and you can see it. There it is. There's the area of rotation still there. Still going to continue to monitor the storm here. I'm not going to let our guard down with this one. This one still has a good amount of rotation, and I wouldn't be shocked if the rotation still continues that you may have a tornado warning that may get issued for our folks in northeastern Faulkner County here. So for those that are tuning in, I want to make this clear. Chief Forecaster Cameron, we have our Executive Director Rich, and we also have Meteorologist Jeff Baskin. We're here to keep you guys informed. This is Tornado Warning Live team coverage. We're going to keep you guys informed on the latest situation. The Mount Vernon area, Rosebud over here in western White County, definitely need to watch this storm very closely. Jeff, what do you think? I know they dropped a tornado warning here, but it's still showing a good amount of low-level rotation.
Yeah, the storm north of Conway right now, very close to Greenbrier. It's just across Highway 65, just to the south of Guy right now. And, we still see a fairly broad rotation, but not seeing anything really all that tight down near the surface.
Yeah.
Again, what we have, we just don't have a lot of low-level shear right now, which makes it difficult for those storms to get that rotation down all the way to the surface. But that doesn't mean that there's not enough of it for it to at least briefly happen and a brief tornado touchdown. So we still can't rule out that possibility over the next few hours. Although with this storm again right now, as of 9:22 p.m., the storm looks fairly broad, generally on somewhat of a weakening trend.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
But we're losing some of that. We're losing some of that instability, and that's likely why that storm west of Perryville has really kind of collapsed as it's been moving into to Perry County, and really not seeing a lot of new development around it. The environment was only really marginally favorable for it, to keep these storms going through the overnight hours. The big upper air energy with this system went well to our north. That's what produced the widespread storms across Iowa and Missouri going into Wisconsin. That's where the real energy is. Fortunately for Arkansas, we don't have that in place, but we did have some instability from that daytime warming, some thunderstorms firing up near that cold front, and just a bit of shear to get those storms to rotate.
Yeah. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Like I mentioned before, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this real quickly here. So this is going to be it. Like Jeff mentioned before, this area of rotation, compared to where it was before, when it was coming out of Pope County and coming into Conway County and coming into Faulkner County here, you can see the area of rotation just kind of dying off. This is really great news, Arkansas. Really, 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 really great news here. This is something that, whenever you deal with a situation like this, you want to see this happen. The storm out here towards Perry County that was torn warned, that has, like I said, just completely fell apart, which is great news. I will say, Jeff, this may actually play a role in tomorrow's severe weather threat here, because I know SBC was monitoring wherever this boundary ends up from these storms that develop tonight. So we'll have to keep an eye on that here. But this is moving to the east here, and it looks like it is starting to fall apart, which is good news in terms of the rotation. We could take a look at the rotation strength right now here, and like I said before, at this moment, compared to where it was when it was coming out of Polk County, POPE, and coming into Conway County and moving into Faulkner County, it's not as impressive as it was before, but that doesn't mean anything, Arkansas. We're still going to monitor it. We're still going to keep you guys informed. It's still exhibiting a good amount of rotation here, especially the low levels. But like Jeff mentioned before, it is starting to kind of fall apart as it's moving off to the east here. And this is going to be moving to the east at pretty much about 30 miles per hour here. So, one second, and there it is. So there's the new severe thunderstorm warning I said before. It's going to go until 10 o'clock. There's the area of rotation. It's just to the east of Greenbrier. It's moving to the east. So Floyd over towards the northeastern side of Faulkner County and northwestern White County, making sure that you are taking your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side here, regardless of the fact you still want to get away from the windows, because it's going to be capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and also quarter-inch hail here. Rich, do you have anything to report at this current time?
Yeah, I'm thinking about jumping in my car and going and chasing this.
Oh, man.
I'm serious.
If you want to, go ahead. It's right down the road.
I can tap into Derek's stream. I think we might do that.
Okay. All right. And what we'll do is, Jeff, do you have anything that you need to report?
I haven't seen anything too new, but, you're talking about that boundary setting up. Right now, there's a pretty good temperature boundary almost, laying east-west almost right across I-40. Where north of I-40, it's kind of rain-cool, temperatures in the low 70s. And then south of that boundary, it's still pretty warm. It's 82 right now in Little Rock, 83 around Jacksonville. But you get up to where it's rain-cooled. It's 72 in Russellville, 70 in Clinton right now. That's so we have a bit of a boundary there. And I don't think that boundary is going to push a lot farther south as we go through the overnight hours. So that would be a good place to develop for the initial round of storms to develop tomorrow, especially during the early afternoon hours. And then we'll likely see those storms start to push southward, going into central and southern Arkansas for the evening round.
Definitely. So, for those that are tuning in, this is something that we're going to continue to monitor. For those that are, watching this is in northern Faulkner County. Severe thunderstorm warning still remains in effect here. I think it's going to go until 9:45. Looking at the area of rotation right now, compared, like I said before, when it was coming out of Polk County, POPE, coming out of Conway County, it's not as, especially on the lower levels, it's not as impressive as it once was. But we're still going to continue to monitor this very, very closely here. So Continue to monitor it. New area of rotation trying to get going near the Conway County area here. We'll watch these little areas here. We'll go back over to our radar, just kind of a normal way that we look at things here. And first and foremost, I mean, this is really, really good news, especially for our folks in Conway and along I-40, Mayflower, etc. When we were worried, especially for the one down there, because, normally when you have a storm that comes out of Perry County like that and it's moving east, the trajectory takes it towards Conway, takes it towards Mayflower, etc. So, fortunately for those areas, that storm, the one out here, has completely fell apart. And like Jeff mentioned, we don't have the low-level shear. This is why that tornado threat, for those that are going to be in the comments asking, this is why the tornado threat wasn't high, because we weren't expecting, these storms to really start to get going. We had very marginal shear. I mean, you just had the instability. You had the bare minimum. So we weren't really expecting this to be a big-time tornado outbreak, kind of like how it is up there, in Iowa with the main forcing up there. But we had just enough for these storms to get going. And with Little Rock, we had a few tornado warnings because of the fact that we did have that low-level rotation with these storms here. Okay, so this is going to continue to move on towards the east. Right now, like I said before, this storm down here, Perry County, those that are in Conway, Little Rock, Mayflower, it's going to get stormy here in just a little bit. But rest assured, that tornado warning that was out there has been dropped. You're good to go. You don't have to worry about it. And this storm up here, the tornado warning has been dropped for this one as well. But the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, still remains in effect until 9:45 here. Rich, do you have an update on the power outages?
Yeah, current update on power outages statewide is 2,500. We've got 613 out in Pope, 113 now in Conway, 2 out in Faulkner, and 46 in Van Buren. So it does look like that wind did affect to a certain degree some of those counties in the extreme corners after it came out of Pope, POP.
Yeah. Only reason why I do that, by the way, is because Pope County and Polk County, it has the same. Yeah, it sounds similar. So that's the reason why I came up with that like a couple of years ago. I was like, look, say that on air, because a lot of people down there, Mena, they hear that, tornado warning. Obviously we don't want to give anyone false information. So right now, as it stands, just looking at this, it does look like things are starting to fall apart with this area of rotation. We can take a look at it real quickly here. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible still remains in effect. I still do see that brief area of rotation here. Little Rock has opted not to go with a tornado warning with this, even though the rotation is still there. But we're going to continue to monitor. This is why we're still live. We're still going to continue to kind of keep an eye on things here. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to zoom this out, because a lot of people are probably, tuning in right now, trying to figure out what's going on and everything like that here. So we're going to zoom this out and kind of give you guys a perspective on what's going on across the state. This is the only area where the storms are right now here. Okay, we have a few down here near Howard County, Pike County, Polk County, POK. Down here, we have this original line of storms that were coming out of northeast Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas that just completely fell apart. And a few showers up here in northeastern Arkansas, a few strong storms up here near Sharp County and Randolph County here. But the majority of the severe weather right now, as it stands, is right here in Faulkner County, White County, and Claiborne County here. So we're going to have to monitor this very, very closely, like I mentioned before. For those that are wondering, the tornado warning has been dropped for those that are in Perry County, or those that were wondering about Conway, the I-40 area, Mayflower. I want to reassure you guys that you're good to go. Okay, you're good right now. That storm fell apart. We were talking about that. We told you that if it falls apart, that's great news. If it doesn't, at least you were warned. That storm has fell apart. Now we have the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible for our folks up here in Van Buren County, White County, and Claiborne County, and that's going to continue to move off towards the east here. Rich, do me a favor.
Yeah.
I do really, Jesse, if you can, I don't know, he can't hear me. I think that's in our inbox. Rich, if you can go take a look at that. Matter of fact, I can. Yeah. If you can confirm that, I could probably get that on air. I don't want to, like I said before, I don't want to prematurely say it was, but okay. Okay.
Just a second. Facing north in Greenbrier. Oh. Wow.
Let's take a look at that real quick. Give me a second. I gotta go over to, I have to go over to our inbox real fast here, and give me just a second, Arkansas. Let me see if we can take a look at this, because we just got a viewer just sent in. I do believe it was a photo or
Yeah,
video.
it's a photo of an extreme lowering of.
Now here's the deal with this. I don't.
That could be a really low wall.
Yeah,
cloud.
I was gonna say a situation like this, and I could pull it up coming up here in just a little bit. A situation like this, you have to be very careful because there's obviously this is behind all those trees here. So I'm gonna pull this up on air. Give me just a second because I'm pretty sure this is probably flying around on social media right now. You got to be very careful with it because I can't confirm if this thing is on the ground or not. I mean, this could easily just be a wall cloud or a funnel at this time. So just give me just a second. That's going to be pulled up here shortly here. So not taking anything away from the coverage right now here, guys. But I want to take a look at this here. So give me just 1 second. Let me see if I can do this. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to take a look. I'm going to turn the radar off for just a second. And we're going to take a look at this here, okay? So I want to say, all right, I'm going to transition this over. There we go. Okay, so I wish I could zoom this down, but I can't. Right now, like I said before, I know those that are going to tune in are going to immediately say that this is a tornado. I'm going to say right now, unless there is damage, I'm gonna debunk this because of the fact that we can't confirm it on the ground. Because you can see it. Jeff, what's your input on this? What do you think?
I haven't been able to see it quite yet.
Okay. When you get the chance,
looking active.
I was gonna say, your input as well. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean that is the definite that is a lower LCL. It's a lower cloud. It's just
yeah. I can't confirm anything because I don't see.
I wish there was a video with it.
Yeah,
that's tough to say. I mean, there's a lowering there for sure, but that's to me very inconclusive whether or not that's actually on the ground.
Yeah, because there's and we you see this all the time. On social media, you have that lowering, but it's always behind the trees. Like every single time, it's always behind the trees, so you can't confirm it. Obviously, if we start getting damage or stuff like that, that might be a different story. We got to
look at the other one.
Yeah, I just saw it. Kim, can you give me a person that this came from? Is it from our inbox?
I do believe from Lauren Roberts.
Is it Lauren Robertson? Yeah.
Yeah, Lauren Robertson.
I still can't confirm it. I still
it's behind trees.
It is behind trees. I still can't confirm it. I mean, give you another perspective here. Now, keep in mind, this is a storm, for those that are wondering. This is, let me go back over to the radar real quick to kind of give you guys a visual of what we're looking at. So, this is the storm that we're questioning right now is the storm that went north to Greenbrier. I mean, you're looking north into the storm. So, it's, oh man, it is so inconclusive right now here. I cannot confirm that this thing is actually, did it actually touch down or not. Obviously, we saw this on radar, the strong low-level rotation. Great job by the National Weather Service in Little Rock to get the tornado warning out. But we can't confirm if this thing was actually on the ground or not here. So let me do some technical work here. It's kind of on demand. Give me just 1 second. And we're going to get this pulled up here. So thank y'all, by the way, for sending this in. I really, really appreciate y'all for sending this stuff in. Please be careful if y'all have to get out and share this. But right now, this is just looking at, like I said, at the storm in question. That was north of Greenbrier. I still can't determine if this thing's on the ground or not because there's a tree. There's literally a tree right in front of it. There's literally a tree right in front of it, and you can't confirm if this thing's actually touching the ground or not. Did this have low-level rotation? Yes. Did it have strong low-level rotation? Yes. Could this be a funnel cloud? Possibly. But I can't confirm if this thing is actually on the ground or not until we get a better view on if it actually touched the ground or not. Because you're looking at this and you see it, but what's going on behind that tree? Is it actually on the ground, going on the ground, or is it kind of hovering over that area, which would delegate it as a funnel cloud instead of an actual tornado? So we'll keep an eye on it. Obviously, we're not saying it didn't produce or anything like that, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it. We're gonna see if we get any more pictures in, any reports or anything like that. But it did. I will tell you this: it did boast that strong low-level rotation. So if it did touch down briefly, it wouldn't surprise me. But just go back over to what the area of rotation looks like here, and this storm, compared to what it was looking like earlier on, guys, has completely just kind of fallen apart as it's moving to the eastern, which is great news. So
I do have self-spotting. I am seeing a pickup in wind here in White County.
Okay.
The lightning is through the roof. It is a constant barrage of lightning.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a very loud and very bright storm coming into White County at this time.
Yeah, and we can see in the amount of lightning that we've got with the storm right now here. But in terms of this thing producing a tornado compared to, like I said, from earlier, it does look like there's an area of rotation. It is nowhere near as it was back out here when it was near Russellville or even near Center Ridge, stuff like that. But I am intrigued about those reports that we're getting in here, guys. Like I said before, there's a very valid photos that we're getting in. Thank y'all so much for sending that in. Obviously, we want y'all to be safe. And we want to tell you guys this, that, National Weather Service, Little Rock, they will send their own survey team out there, and they will determine if this thing actually produced or not, if there's any damage. But right now, as it stands, we're going to debunk it because it's inconclusive. We can't determine if this thing actually hit the ground or not. Did it actually touch the ground? It has to touch the ground for it to be a confirmed tornado. But right now, as it stands, I would dare call it. I mean, Jeff, what do you think? Rich, what do you think as well? I mean, I dare call this a potential falling cloud with that storm.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially that first picture clearly showed a funnel cloud. I think the second picture was actually even was less conclusive because it was difficult to see the cloud structure as it was getting dark. But the first one, I think, clearly indicated a funnel. Yeah. You didn't see it on the ground. You didn't really see, debris getting picked up or anything. There wasn't really an indication of that. To me, that wasn't conclusive either way based on the picture. So, I mean, right now, I think at most you could say that it's a suspected tornado, especially if there's some damage reports. But that's as far as that you could go. You can't visually based on those pictures, you would not be able to confirm that. I was looking at this, the storm south of Quitman. And it actually has ramped up in intensity a bit. That's what the lightning has come up, and there is still some rotation with it. It's stayed pretty steady over the last few frames, although the really strong rotation with it is still up above about 10,000 feet up off the ground. So it's still pretty elevated, but there's some reflection of that rotation even into the low levels, although it's fairly weak right now. But still probably want to watch this pretty closely over about the next half an hour or so, as it likely passes just to the north of Mount Vernon and close to Rosebud. Also watching the storm back near Greenbrier.
I see
it's been trying, but haven't really seen a lot of rotation. But you got to watch out for some of those storms that develop on the southwest flank, as usually they have a bit more in the way of instability to work with. And under the right conditions, they can intensify and they can become the main risk. Actually, just looking at the last velocity frame with the storm near Greenbrier crossing over 65, it looks like that's actually become a little bit more defined over about the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
There is definitely some rotation with that, even in the low levels, very close to Greenbrier right now. So I'd be keeping a close eye on that one too.
So, like I said before, just looking at this right now here, those that are tuning in, we do not have an official tornado warning in place. We're monitoring these areas of rotation because obviously there's severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. Regardless of the tornado potential, you still want to move inside because obviously the frequent lightning, the 60-mile-per-hour winds, and also the 1-inch hail with the storm here. So, also I want to kind of clear this up as well. Right now, unless we start getting damage reports in, we're going to kind of tell you guys that was more than likely a funnel cloud, because I really did confirm as a funnel cloud. Thank y'all for sending that in. We want y'all to be safe as well. But right now, until we get a better idea if this thing touched the ground, this actually passed over some areas that, did it lift up some debris or anything like that? We don't know that right now. We won't know that until we get, either better reports in, or we get the National Weather Service out there to go take a look. So right now, I would say that would be a funnel cloud, but I mean, if it touched the ground, that would be a tornado. That would be a confirmed brief tornado, but we don't know yet because it was behind the tree line. So that's something that we'll have to monitor here. So there's 2 areas of rotation here, just in the north and west of the Mount Vernon area. And we also have the one over here near Greenbrier. Like Jeff mentioned before, we're monitoring both of these areas of rotation right now. We can actually take a look. Let's take a look at the rotation strength here. And what I'm going to do is, give me just 1 second. I'm looking at the lowest levels right now here. And it looks like we've got a good amount of rotation here trying to get going near the Greenbrier area. And we still have a good amount just to the north and west of Mount Vernon. Most of this right now looks like it's a loft. Looks like we've got a good amount of rotation aloft right now, and that's going to continue to move to the east. No ongoing tornado warnings at this current time here. I want to make that clear, but we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in place, and that is tornado possible. You can take a look at like I said before, this is looking at the lowest levels of the atmosphere right now, and you can definitely see where those 2 areas of rotation is. And keep in mind, this does not, immediately confirm that this thing is going to produce a tornado in any given moment. It's just showing that there's a good amount of low-level rotation in place. And Jeff, I think it's interacting, like you said before, that boundary that's in place here, where you have the separation between the rain-cooled air to the north and west and the warm and humid air to the south and east of it right now here. I think it's interacting with that boundary, and we may get something going if these storms continue to interact with that boundary as it moves off towards the east here. So,
they will.
Yeah,
I'd say there's only a brief window of opportunity here because, looking at the instability, as you get into the eastern half of the state, the instability really starts to look a lot weaker. Once they cross over 65, their window for intensification really starts to close pretty quickly. By the time you get as far east as about Searcy, I mean, really your instability looks pretty weak. I think it would be a very difficult environment to keep any of those single cells going.
Yeah, and which is great news here because, like I said before, we don't have not only tonight, but we've got tomorrow, we've got Thursday, we've got Saturday, and we've got Sunday, all days for the potential of seeing severe weather here in Arkansas, along with the potential localized flooding as well. So, very, very active pattern coming our way here, and this starts dying off. I don't think anybody will be complaining about it, especially what we've got coming up over the next couple of days here, guys. So for those, I'm going to zoom this down because I want to kind of address, because there's a lot of people that will be coming in asking, about the Hot Springs Village area or the Little Rock area, or, those that are storm weary whenever we have these tornado warning coverages here. Right now, I want to reassure you guys, look at that storm near Perry. I mean, that thing just absolutely incinerated. I mean, it is gone. It is absolutely gone. It went from a tornado warned storm that looked bona fide coming out of Yale County. It just completely incinerated here, guys. So those in Conway, Mayflower, Valonia, Southern Faulkner County, let's reassure you guys, you're good. You're good to go. Okay, so that storm has completely faded off. We're good. Now, let's take a look at this other storm up here in northern Faulkner County, northwestern White County, and southern Cleburne counties here. Right now, it does appear we still are monitoring for the potential of some rotation along this as well. And I wouldn't be shocked, probably, I'd say that's going to be expiring 9:45, 10 o'clock actually. It's going to be expiring at 10. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a downstream, severe thunderstorm warning. A may go toward pulse with it because it's still showing some rotation with it. We'll keep an eye on it. That's going to go for our folks over here in most of White County. Probably going to include Jackson, maybe southern Independence County, and over here in Cleburne County here. But compared to where it was before, it looks like those two storms have kind of merged into each other. So we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening with all that. But as it stands right now, regardless of the tornado threat, 60-mile-per-hour winds and large hail will continue to be the main hazards with this storm here, and also frequent lightning as the storm moves off towards the east at this time here. Rich or Jeff, do you have anything to report at this time?
Well, just that we still have about 2,300 without power. We have no damage reports out of any of these storms right now, which if there was something that was serious, we would have had at least one or two things like a tree on the road, broken power line, something. So I think we may have gotten lucky with that one that came out of Russellville.
Yeah,
We may have gotten lucky with that one.
definitely. That was, I mean, you can see it as it was coming out. First of all, this storm down here in Perry County, I mean, that just incinerated. I mean, man, if you looked at it earlier on when it was in Yale County, I mean, it had, destruction on it, had a hell core rotation, looked like it was going to be a serious storm as we're moving off towards the east here. But like Jeff said, the further east these storms get, the lower the instability is going to get, and that's really going to help kind of decrease these storms as they continue to move in that direction here. So, White County at this current time, so before, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, still remains in effect. Those that are in Conway, the Valonia area, Morrilton, I'm not gonna sound the all clear because right now, with 4 days of severe weather coming, it'd be kind of pointless to say, oh, everything's all clear, we're done. We still have all those days of severe weather we've got to get past. But in terms of this storm in particular, the Perry County storm has kind of faded out, incinerated, which is great news. So we'll have to keep an eye on it here. But right now, that severe thunderstorm warning still remains in effect until 10 o'clock, and then we're going to see what Nashville Service and Little Rock continues to do with this storm as it moves off towards the east here. So right now, I mean, outside of this, do we have anything else that we need to talk about, Rich?
Well, other than the fact that this severe thunderstorm warning that's tornado possible, it does expire in 12 minutes, and it does look like it is increasing some in hail size.
Mhm.
So, people to the east of this definitely maybe be prepared for some potential hail size to quarter and above in terms of what you'll be looking at.
Definitely. I will say this, Jeff, you hit it right on the nail. That one that is south of Greenbrier, I'm going to zoom this down, kind of a little bit of a peek here. I mean, that is still showing some rotation. I mean, it's not as impressive as it once was, obviously.
Right.
It's still showing some areas of rotation near the Greenbrier, and then there's another area right here that is south of Rosebud or just to the north and east of the Mount Vernon area, which is going to be right there on Manning Road, up there in northwestern White County. So we'll keep an eye on it. Like I said, for National Weather Service and Little Rock, this is going to be up to them. Do they extend this severe thunderstorm warning? I mean, we're not sure what they're going to end up doing, but we're still going to have to continue to monitor here as it continues to move off towards the east at this current time here. So, like I said before, for those that are wondering, right now we don't have a ongoing tornado warning at this time. We're treating this severe thunderstorm warning as if it were a tornado warning because it does have that tornado possible tag with it. It's going to go until 10 o'clock. This is not going to be the only threat of severe weather. I want to make this clear. For those that missed the live stream earlier on, we've got tomorrow. Tomorrow's a enhanced risk. We've got Thursday. We've got Saturday. And we have Sunday. That's 4 days of potential severe weather across our neck of the woods here in Arkansas. So if you don't see anything tonight, what I want you guys to do is go over your severe weather plans with your family. If it's all quiet in your area right now, take advantage of that. Now, keep this in mind. During those 4 days, is every single person in Arkansas going to see severe weather? No. Is every single person in Arkansas going to see, a massive, tornado outbreak that's going to, wipe these towns off or anything like that? It's not going to be anything to that extent. We want you guys to be safe and prepared. So if it's quiet in your area tonight, you don't have any storms, go over that severe weather safety plan. You see these tornado warnings tonight across west central Arkansas and central Arkansas and stuff like that. Tomorrow is a brand new day, brand new risk, and it's more of a more widespread area. So go over those severe weather plans with your family and friends tonight. Go over your safe plans. If there were to be a tornado warning for your specific location, what would you do? What would you do? Where would you go? Where's the best place in your house to go? Go over that tonight with your family. I know it's about to be 10 o'clock. A lot of people are fixing to get ready to kind of lay down, get ready for the work week. No, not the work week, the work day tomorrow. but go over that severe weather plan with your family and friends tonight. Don't wait until the warning is on the table, it's on the board, and it's affecting your area before you start taking action. Do it right now while it's quiet. I promise you guys, if you have storm anxiety, it's going to save you a lot of time if you do it tonight while it's quiet instead of waiting until the warnings get started tomorrow here. Okay, so just looking at this right now here, like I said before, this is the strongest storm in the state right now. Elsewhere across the area, outside of a few scattered showers, a few isolated thunderstorms, nothing too life-threatening or too serious right now. This is the strongest one on the board. I do want to say that I'm pretty certain Little Rock is either going to do two things. They're going to extend the severe thunderstorm warning, which is probably going to take off the tornado possible tag, or they're going to let this expire, and it's just going to either become a special weather statement or it's just not going to be warned at all. I mean, compared to what it was,
I think they just renewed that, just extended that warning.
Okay. So
yeah, they just did.
They just did?
Tornado
Okay.
possible.
Tornado possible?
Yep.
Okay. So it's going to go until 10:30 now, and I see it. So there it is. Like I said before, we're still going to continue to monitor here. Still going to keep the live stream going. For our folks up here, this is going to be tornado possible. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning goes until 10:30. So it's not a very long severe thunderstorm warning. Mainly going to be for our folks in White County. Also up here towards southern Independence County and southeastern Cleburne County at this current time here. So
yeah, this
Rich,
warning actually
go ahead.
takes into account both cells, the stronger one near Rosebud and the one farther to the west, closer to Greenbrier. So this warning does cover both those storms. That's why it looks like, if you're only looking at the storm near Rosebud, it looks like the storm has already passed most of Faulkner County. But the reason why Faulkner County is still under that warning is that that second cell that's now east of Greenbrier.
Definitely. So
Because even that third one southwest of that, but that one's even weaker, and really haven't seen much in the way of a change of intensity of any of these three cells. It looks like they've been pretty steady, and they're all about to move into a less favorable environment. So I'd be surprised if they continue past about an hour or so.
Definitely. So we'll continue to monitor here. Like I said before, let's go over to the rotation indicator real quickly here. And it looks like there's a couple of areas that we'll have to keep an eye on here. So there's one, like Jeff, you mentioned before. Let's take a look at the newest scan. So this one's just to the east of the Greenbrier area. Still pretty broad rotation with that, nothing too concerning here. And then you have the one over here that's just to the east and northeast out of Mount Vernon area. That's south and east of Rosebud, or just to the north and west of the Floyd area. We can zoom this out, kind of give you guys what we call a street level view. That's going to be the Romance Road over here. That's going to be that's Daffodil Road. That's also going to be, I do believe, that's Kentucky Valley Road as well here. So there's two areas of rotation that we're still going to monitor. And also the one over here, we're going to keep an eye on it. This is near Happy Valley Road over here, and the Clinton Mountain Road, which is south of Guy, south of the Twin Groves area, south and east of Twin Groves, north of Holland, and also to the west of Mount Vernon at this current time. Like I said before, no ongoing tornado warnings right now. The reason why we're live right now, we tell you guys this all the time, is that these severe thunderstorm warnings are tornado possible. And that's why we stay live here, just in case these things were to produce a tornado at any given moment. Jeff, we're tired too. Don't worry.
I was up. So that was just, I was actually just looking at the the instability here for the 1 hour forecast for the high resolution rapid refresh, and it really is showing that the instability drops off really quickly west of Little Rock east of Little Rock and east of Searcy. Like really, it really goes down to nothing. I wouldn't say totally nothing, but very, very weak.
Yeah. So something that we'll have. You what? Go ahead.
I was about to say there's still some decent decent instability aloft, but that surface-based instability is pretty much gone once we get past get east of Searcy.
Definitely here. So I'm gonna take a look at a couple of things here. Let me double check that real fast there. Okay, so let me see here. All right, so Just double checking everything right now here. Looks like Kim says someone said there's trees on the road in Greenbrier. That doesn't surprise me. Regardless of the tornado threat, they're still going to be capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and also 1-inch hail. We can actually take a look at the hail threat. P-size hail looks like that's going to be with that. Like, take a look at the thunderstorm wind gust potential, and you can see it as clear as day. There's about 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into White County. So regardless of the tornado threat, this is still going to be capable of producing some winds as it moves off towards the east here. So looks like we got some trees down in Greenbrier. Let me see here. Not really seeing too much in the way of stuff right now here, which is great news. Let's see, power outages sitting at 2,600 across the board. A few of them have jumped up, mainly in Stone County right now here, but nothing, compared to what we've had in previous events, where we've had like 20 to 30,000 people without power. 2,000 is a lot more manageable, so they'll be able to get the power back on pretty fast. But right now, just looking at this, right now, no tornado warning in place. Main threat's going to be 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into White County. What I would recommend you guys do is go ahead and charge your phones just to be on the safe side. And it's not only just for this event. If you lose power, it's going to take time for energy to come out and restore your power. And we want you guys to be aware that we have more severe weather tomorrow, and more severe weather on Thursday, and more severe weather on Saturday and Sunday. So we want you guys to stay aware of all those threats. So make sure that your phones are staying charged, etc. As a matter of fact, I do believe, let me charge mine real quick. Mine's just sitting at about 7%.
And mine.
Yeah, yours. So make sure you have your phones charged, guys. But other than that here, right now, Jeff, unless you have something that you need to add to this here, I think we're kind of getting to that period where this storm is going to we're just going to monitor it for 30 minutes and see what LZK decides to do with this storm here.
Yeah, I just haven't seen a lot of change with it. Hasn't intensified or really weakened all that much. Same with the cell behind it. The one coming towards Greenbrier, it looks like that one is actually weakening a bit.
Yeah.
It's not only is it's going into a much worse environment now because it's moving over the same environment that two other storms moved over. So that's that makes it even harder. Okay. So I really don't expect that flank storm to really do very much. And so the one with White County, I give it about 30 minutes, and it's likely going to hit a much less favorable environment.
I will say this: we're looking at some new photos. Like I said, for those that are sending in, thank you. Looking at a better look at that storm that when it crossed over northern Faulkner County here, that went north of Greenbrier. It does appear that it did have a lowering, but it did not touch the ground. It was just a funnel cloud. Just looking at a better visual from it, somebody did actually get a good photo of it from the ground view. So it did not touch the ground. But so far we haven't had any tornadoes or any tornado damage or anything like that that's been confirmed, which is great news. But yeah, looking at a better visual of this, it did look like that it had a lowering with it. And that does make sense because we were looking at radar, and radar was suggesting that there was strong low level rotation with it when it was coming out of Conway County and moving through northern Faulkner County. But right now, as it stands here, I'm not seeing any kind of reports that this thing, produced damage or anything like that, which is really great news at this current time here.
We do have an increase in power outages.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure what happened in Stone County, but nearly 600. Conway 200. Pope, POPE 614. And it looks like Faulkner is now experiencing some outages at 74. And Van Buren now at 5.
Yes. Like I said before, hopefully we can get that power back on pretty quickly here, especially with more severe weather expected tomorrow. And once we get past this, by the way, what you can do, Rich, if you can take it over for just a little bit, I'm going to kind of get a sneak peek on kind of how tomorrow looks here while we're still getting some photos and stuff in from what happened in Greenbrier.
Yeah, so if y'all are just joining us, we're basically covering a severe thunderstorm warning that is tornado possible. hail. Excuse me. Been losing my voice all day.
Oh man.
Hail. Yeah. You've been talking more than I have, but I've still been losing my voice. Go figure.
Goodness.
Hail, 1 inch, quarter size. Wind 60 miles per hour coming into White County, and this is going to be this tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning expires in 28 minutes. And it does have a history. This particular cell or cells has a history of producing tornado warnings, but they were radar indicated rotation as opposed to ones that we have no confirmation yet on if they did actually touch down or not. It would stayed radar indicated throughout the entire period. The activity started around Russellville, if I remember correctly. It was Russellville and Hector. And they kind of went east. And these particular storms are moving at about 40 miles per hour. East at about 40 miles per hour. Right now, Cersei area, Bald Knob, Rosebud, Pangburn, Greenbrier, you should be in the clear here pretty soon. Yeah, Rosebud, you're in the thick of it. Pangburn, Cersei's about to experience penny to quarter size hail potential. Definitely a lot of wind associated with this particular storm because we have power outages. We're not sure if the power outages were associated to RFD, microbursts, or something else, but we continue to have growing power outages at this time out there in Pope and Conway. And so far, so good in White County. Basically, this particular storm that we're looking at has a lot of lightning. It is very loud and it is very bright. It lights up the sky with the amount of intensity that it has currently. So, this as Jeff mentioned earlier in the live stream, he mentioned that as these storms continue to go east, it's losing a lot of instability to keep fueling it. And Jeff, if you want to mention a little bit about what kind of experience these storm cells are going to have once they start crossing into more White County.
Yeah, as they do so, they're likely going to continue to become more and more elevated, which means less tornado risk. But the hail risk could maintain itself for at least a couple more hours. Eventually, the storm just will not be able to propagate anymore, and it'll just start fizzling out with the lack of instability. So really not expecting those to last all that much longer. Notice that there's actually a couple of storms trying to fire back up over parts of Oklahoma, west of Fort Smith. Might have to watch out for some of those later on during the overnight hours. Not a whole lot of tornado threat with those, but could be a couple of hailers associated with those storms. We'll have to watch those. But as far as the southern half of the state, we haven't really talked about South Arkansas at all. And the reason why is because there really just isn't much of a threat of anything tonight for the southern half of the state. Any remaining storm chance is going to be across parts of central and north central Arkansas, not south. Right now, there's really not any indication that these storms will be able to redevelop farther south during the overnight hours. Going to have to wait until tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. That's when you may see something in South Arkansas.
Yeah.
Some heavy thunderstorms possible, but as far as the overnight tonight, really not expecting much of anything.
Yeah, Southern Arkansas seemed to have a pretty strong cap in place for most of the day, and your lapse rates were pretty low, so that really kept a lot of our potential major threat down. Now our mid-level lapse rates were pretty high, and we definitely saw a lot of mid to high level rotation throughout the course of these particular storms, but it wasn't able to really connect down to ground level in terms of being able to have your low level rotation be able to really get going. And so we have not throughout the day we have not seen a single tornado confirmed to touch down. with all the tornado warnings that we did have. So, it's definitely a very good thing. And we haven't seen a single damage report. And I don't think, let me see if, no, there's still no damage reports.
No, I'm
So,
looking at it right now. I haven't heard anything.
yeah.
I mean, outside of the obviously the photo that from in Spring Hill that's like going viral on Facebook.
Yeah.
I want to kind of clear that up to you guys. That's not a tornado on the ground. I mean, that is a funnel cloud. It did not touch the ground. I got a better view from it. Just looking at stuff right now, it's not a tornado on the ground, guys. I want to make that clear. It's gonna look like it is because you have the structure and everything, but you got to pay attention to the fact that it's behind trees. It's telling you half the story. It's telling you 50% of the story. It's not telling you that, is it actually on the ground or anything like that. And another thing is, if it did touch down, the first thing that we would have heard is damage. We would have heard a ton of reports, because keep in mind this too. This is in northern Faulkner County. This is a very highly populated area up here. So if it did touch down, I'm fairly certain our inbox would have gotten blown up with photos and reports and stuff like that of damage here. So we haven't had any of that. I haven't heard any reports of any damage or anything like that here, which just further confirms that this thing was likely a funnel cloud that went through. It was in northern Faulkner County. It was a funnel cloud, did not touch the ground, but it did. Like I said, the thing is, it had strong low level rotation. Right, if you have the rotation, strong level rotation, that's one thing. But you got to get it to touch the ground, the physical ground. The wall cloud could be spinning like a top, but did it actually touch down? No, it didn't, and we haven't heard anything that it did.
Cameron just saw a damage report come in from near Greenbrier.
Okay, well that changes things. There you go.
Yeah, 9:13, a tree blown down onto a house in Greenbrier.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
That was almost an hour ago.
So that matches up. Yeah, as I said, it does match up to when it passed over, because we can go back. I can go back in time here, and yeah, when that came in, what was the exact time of that when it came in? It was
9:13.
9:13. So you go back in time here and we go to, that would do it. I mean, based off what I've seen, it didn't look like it touched the ground, but obviously we don't know the full story yet. We don't know the full story of, because sometimes you have these tornadoes that do touch the ground, but you can't see the condensation. Like you see the funnel, but you don't see it actually hit the ground. But now that we're getting some damage reports in of that tree being blown down on the house in Greenbrier, is it being reported as a tornado damage, or is it being reported as straight line winds?
As winds, it's thunderstorm wind damage.
Thunderstorm wind damage. So they're probably banking it off of the storm itself, because obviously with the tornado warning, you still have to remember that these tornado warnings carry 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail with them. So I'll be real curious about that here. Right now, like I said before, we don't know the full story. So if you see that photo on Facebook, keep in mind that it's a funnel cloud, but we have not heard, an official 100% wording that this thing touched the ground. Right now, we're just kind of debunking it as it was a funnel cloud. It did have a lowering, but right now I saw that one damage report in Greenbrier that was wind damage. We haven't heard anything in terms of it being on the ground or confirmed or anything like that here. So obviously, if that changes, we will let you guys know. But I haven't heard anything on my end. That's what I've been kind of looking at right now.
Yeah, the wind velocities look like they were pretty high at that time. I don't really see, a well-defined rotation moving over Greenbrier from that. As a broad rotation, but out ahead of it, the radar was indicating some pretty good wind speeds aloft. Yeah. So that wind gust, if it mixed down, you could have easily had that. Now, keep in mind, there's also been a lot of rain in some areas too. So that could be could be a weakened tree, soil could be saturated. So there could be some other factors there with that specific location.
Definitely here. So, if for those that are wondering, I'm just kind of going through the inbox right now and just trying to look at some stuff here. Y'all are sending some awesome photos and videos in the storms that are coming in. I do want to kind of throw this out there too. We want y'all to be safe whenever you're dealing with stuff like this. We don't want anybody, putting themselves in harm's way, trying to get photos or videos for us here, guys. I promise you, we're not in a desperate need for it. We love y'all to death, but we want y'all to be safe out there too. So, go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I do have some good news to report. They did drop the vast majority of the tornado watches behind these cells.
That's good.
So anything west of Conway and Little Rock, more west of Hot Springs Village and all that, and northwest, all those tornado watches have been dropped. So I believe the tornado watches, I think they're just going to continue to follow these cells until they move out. And then, as usual, they drop them as they pass.
Yeah, the storm just to the northwest of Searcy, it looks like the intensity's really started to come down over the last 15 minutes. I've seen the Ville, which is a measure of how potentially severe the storm is, and how much how the hail size may stack up. I've really seen that come down quite a bit.
Yeah.
Again, there's still some hints of broad rotation with it, but that hasn't gotten any better organized, and overall the storm itself has now been on a weakening trend, and that's to be expected based on it moving to a less favorable environment, especially as it moves past Searcy.
I said I'm just right now just looking at this right now, and I said those that are tuning in that are listening to this right now, I want to kind of reassure you guys right now across the board. Outside, we do have that one severe thunderstorm warning we have to keep an eye on. That's moving southeast, mainly just coming from 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is associated with the original line of storms that developed out here and at northeastern Oklahoma and southwestern Missouri. Like Jeff said before, and like Rich said, these storms are going to start to kind of decrease as we get later into the night, which is a great thing here. Like I said before, when you have 4 days of severe weather lined up at one after another, so we can take as many breaks as we can get. I will say this for tomorrow, just looking at a couple of things here. First and foremost, number one, the biggest threat tomorrow, just looking at everything, I'm really concerned about the potential damaging winds. I think a lot of people are, I get what's happened over the last couple of events, especially up there in Oklahoma and, Texas and, the other night, OKC saw a tornado and stuff like that. This is getting into a situation, especially in the next couple of days, that it's not going to be tornadoes or nothing. You're going to have to, if you think severe weather is just tornadoes, you're going to have to expand your perspective on severe weather. You're going to have to realize that it's damaging winds, hail, lightning, flooding, etc. So there's going to be, first and foremost, primary concerns be damaging winds, first and foremost, we're seeing out of this. The tornado threat in question, I'm going to say the tornado threat as it stands right now is not going to be like, outbreak proportions or anything like that. Obviously, I can see if we get one of these dominant cells, kind of like what happened tonight, you get a dominant cell going, favorable environment, tornado warning happens, etc. We'll be here. Another concern will be for the potential of large hail, and SPC did talk about this briefly, where you will have these splitting supercells, where these cells will kind of, dislodge in the north, and they'll be capable of producing some significant large hail here. So just kind of keep that in mind as we move into tomorrow. And Jeff, we briefly talked about this too, the potential of localized flooding here. You're not going to see it right out of the gate tomorrow, but the more we keep getting these events over the next couple of days, especially how saturated the ground is, we will have to watch out for the potential of flooding. But
there is going to be a localized flooding threat with this, and I'm looking at some of these showers, some of the heavier showers now starting to develop around Garland County, just to the north of Hot Springs and along Lake Washita. I'm not expecting these to blow up into severe storms. However, to me, that does indicate that there may be some additional development along that boundary that was left over by the storms that just moved across the I-40 corridor. And those storms will likely not have a lot of net movement. There could be some training associated with that. So, possibly even overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, wouldn't be surprised to see some very localized heavy rainfall in a couple of spots. So this is
Definitely.
something to be just to keep in the back of your mind for late tonight and early tomorrow morning with that, because basically what happens is we have this boundary, and that boundary, if it starts to retreat, moving back north, those as a warm front, those warm fronts like to activate at night, and that would increase the threat for some overnight heavy rainfall developing. Again, not so much of a severe threat, but some heavy rainfall and a good amount of lightning and thunder.
Definitely. So, just kind of like stuff. We're just getting back to tomorrow real quickly, because there's going to be folks that are asking. I'm not looking at comments or anything. And there's going to be folks that are going to be asking about tomorrow. The biggest threat, I would say, because you're going to have storms in the you had the potential storms in the morning. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm not 100% going to trust. The model data is going to tell you one thing. Like tonight, if you would have went with the HR, I saw that one supercell down there in Southwest Arkansas. It had none of this, pretty much. It had everything along the line, and it was pushing through. And it was much later than what we were looking at right now. So, obviously, just looking at this kind of give you like a more of a broad look. I'd say your timing tomorrow will probably range somewhere between 11 a.m. To probably as late, just looking at things, probably as late as 11 to 12 o'clock tomorrow night, going into your Thursday morning here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Obviously, we go to tomorrow morning, we'll get a better idea on what we're looking at. Radar will tell us another thing, and we will go from there. But as it stands right now here, damaging winds, significant large hail will be a problem tomorrow. And I think the tornado, like I mentioned before, this is not going to be like, we're not talking about like a significant tornado event tomorrow. But we are talking about the potential of a few isolated tornadoes being possible tomorrow across the board. It's a really, really solid low-end tornado threat, with your damaging wind, your hail threat being there as well. That doesn't mean that nothing's going to happen. You don't need a 15% hatch tornado risk for severe weather to happen. But you still will have to watch that as we get towards tomorrow. And then, obviously, we'll look more into Thursday and Friday and into the weekend once we get closer here. But we're taking one day at a time. So, just looking at current radar right now here, just kind of buying some time here, looking at the storm near White County right now. And just looking at everything at this point here, that severe thunderstorm warning is still going to continue until 10:30. Jeff or Rich, are y'all seeing anything major with this storm?
No.
I can zoom this down.
No, it's definitely on a downward
falling
trend.
apart.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I see the broad area of, I guess you can call it broad area of rotation. That's just to the west and northwest of Searcy. This is nowhere near, as impressive as it was when it was back out in, Polk County, POPE, and when it was in Conway County, or even in northern Faulkner County here. Okay, so just kind of keep that in mind. So then we're going to continue to monitor. I will say this, probably downstream, I wouldn't be shocked if they either, like I said before, or either continue to severe thunderstorm warning, or they go with a special weather statement across the board. So just kind of zooming things out. Those that are wondering, let's turn on the lightning with this here, because there's a good amount of lightning with this storm going in White County right now. Got a few cells popping up down here in Garland County, Saline County. It's going to sound loud. None of this activity is severe. And then we have this one supercell out here in eastern Oklahoma that has gone severe thunderstorm warning, mainly for the potential large hail and maybe some damaging winds here, but nothing tornadic with that here, okay? So, like I said before, just kind of looking at everything right now. This is really the only strongest storm in the state at this point, and this is going to continue to fade off. We'll see if we get any additional development down here in Garland County, Hot Springs, or Saline County. But like Jeff mentioned, not really expecting this to blow up into any major tornado outbreak or significant outbreak at this current time here. But we say this all the time. It doesn't take a moderate risk for you to pay attention to severe weather and make sure that you stay weather aware. In the next couple of days, like I said before, this is not a just telling you guys straightforward. You got to broaden your perspective on severe weather. It's more than just tornadoes. Go ask the folks down there in Houston. Straight line wind damage, large hail, lightning, flooding, all of that accounts into severe weather here. So if we don't see any tornado warnings, it does not mean that it's a bust. That means that we still have severe weather, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings, etc. here. So that's really it's really all I have to add right now here. Rich, is there an update on the power outages at this current time?
Current power outages currently stand at Entergy is making progress. It's dropping down again. So yeah, POPE reduced their power outages by about 200. So Entergy and the other places are definitely making progress in terms of bringing power back on.
That is some really, really good news. That is really great news. That's something that we would love to hear. So, I'm going to take a look at this here. And looking at this right here, I just saw that message, Jesse. Like I said, there was a wall cloud. There was a wall cloud with this. We're not denying that at all. Was there a funnel cloud? Yes. But we're talking about the one in Greenbrier, by the way, if you're wondering. It's just did this produce a brief, tornado? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no right now. Obviously, if we get stuff, reports and stuff in from National Weather Service, that's a different story. Right now, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna bank on it being just a funnel cloud, with the wall cloud and the funnel cloud. I'm banking on that, and go from there. I need to see a little bit more evidence. Like somebody's got to be like right there on it for me to see if this thing was a tornado. But the wall cloud was definitely there, and I tell you this, the strong low level rotation was definitely there as well. But is this a tornado? No. And I want y'all to keep that in mind when you're looking at social media, because you're gonna see that one photo that literally looks like a wedge behind that tree line. I guarantee you, it's a funnel cloud, folks. It's a funnel cloud. It's not a. We're not gonna call it a tornado here until we start getting damage reports or National Weather Service confirms it as one here. But that definitely was a funnel cloud, and that definitely did have a pretty structure with it as it was crossing over Faulkner County earlier on this evening here. That's the same storm that's going over White County right now here at this time. Right now, I just don't. I need a little bit more evidence before we say that this is a tornado. And keep in mind, that's not including National Weather Service going out and taking a look at stuff right now at this point. But yeah, that was definitely, like Jeff mentioned, if we had a little bit more shear, that would have been a problem. That would have been a big problem going through northern Faulkner County.
Definitely. I mean, I'm seeing pictures now starting to come in. Definite wall clouds at the very least. You know, there was definite evidence that it was ready to go. It just didn't. And like what Jeff mentioned, we didn't have that low level shear. And we knew about the low level lapse rates. They weren't looking too particularly well for tornadic potential. I mean, not impossible, but not where you want it to be to produce tornadoes. Yeah.
So, other than that, like I said before, just kind of strolling through some stuff right now here. Right now, I'm just not really seeing too much in a way. I'm just looking at some stuff right now. Other side of the photos that we're getting in at this point. Also, thank y'all for sending these photos and videos in. I want y'all to be safe during this, especially the next couple of days here. We appreciate it. We love y'all to death, but we want y'all to be safe as well. So if you're gonna, take photos and videos, Dylan, I know he sent this in. He did a really great thing. He's away from the storm. He's away from the majority of it, and he's taking it from a safe distance here. So really good lightning shots coming in, guys. I appreciate y'all, but please be safe if y'all decide to send those photos and videos in here. Okay. So other than that, I mean, we got 4 more minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible here, and I just don't think this is going to produce a tornado.
I mean, we can, if you want, I guess we can talk a little bit about tomorrow's potential while we wait for this one to expire.
Yeah, we can. Tomorrow, like I said before, it really depends on tonight. I mean, Jeff, you were talking about that boundary. As much as I would like to be like, oh yeah, the HR is 100% right, and it's gonna exactly happen to that detail. I'm gonna say it's not, because it's obviously with one model, it's gonna change on you. But something that I will keep an eye on here is wherever that boundary ends up from tonight's storms, and how does radar look first thing tomorrow morning. You're gonna wake up, get some breakfast, got a hot coffee or something like that, hot cocoa or something like that tomorrow morning. Sit here and look at radar and try to figure out, where the boundary is, who's going to see the best shot of severe weather. I do want to make this clear. I don't think this is going to go moderate. You don't need it to go moderate, but this is not going to go moderate. I think this is a really, 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 really solid enhanced risk. Obviously, there's bust potential with any other severe weather event, kind of like tonight. I'll be honest with you, tonight was a bust in the wrong direction. You had tornado warnings and stuff like that we did not really expect across west central and central Arkansas. So if you want to be technical, tonight was a bust in the wrong way. It's like you had more tornado warnings than you were expecting. So there's always, first thing tomorrow morning, we get a ton of cloud cover, a ton of storms, something like that. Could your environment not recover? That's a possibility. Could there be a potential that, you don't see any morning storms and everything's in the afternoon, which will increase your severe threat? That's also a possibility as well. I will say this, over the next 5 days, if severe weather busts, you shouldn't be complaining about it. I woke up this morning, I saw that, I about lost it. I was like, man, you talk about rough. That's 5, pretty much, if you count today, pretty much 5 days of severe weather potential. So tomorrow it's going to be mainly damaging wind, hail. I'm not going to say no to the tornado threat. I just don't think it's going to be like a massive, March 31st 2.0 or something like that, where you have, these EF3 tornadoes dropping out of the sky or anything like that. And it's not going to be anything like that.
Right.
But that tornado threat is still there. But I'm really worried that a lot of people are ignoring the damaging wind. I'm really, really worried a lot of people are kind of like skimming over the damaging wind threat and trying to focus on what the tornado threat is. And you can't do that, especially, this time of the year, because you have all that instability, regardless if it produces a tornado or not. You can get downdraft wind gusts. I think back in 2022, we had a microburst here in Little Rock that produced 90-mile-per-hour winds. You get stuff like that this time of the year, so you can't ignore, the damaging wind threat here. So keep that in mind in the next couple of days. So you're going to see a lot more damaging wind, hail events versus the widespread tornado events down here. But that doesn't mean you're not going to see a tornado or you're not going to see any tornado warnings. Just being mindful that all severe weather hazards are possible. That's the biggest thing I want to stress. What you got?
We got a Russellville tree down on a power line on the southern side of Russellville. So these reports are slowly coming in. This would have been at 8:01 p.m.
Yeah.
This would have been right around the time that was starting to kind of spin up, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, right.
Well,
there,
no, actually, yeah, it would have been actually. I think it was tornado warned.
It was.
At that time.
And we have another report that just came in. Well, first and foremost, this storm is done. They have put a special weather statement on it, so we're going to be ending coverage pretty soon. There's now a new report 1 mile east of Russellville. Power lines in the middle of Jackson Avenue leading to an utility fire from live power lines. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope everybody's okay. Obviously that was 2 hours ago at 8:02, but man, I hope everybody's okay. That's a little scary to hear. And I'd be honest with you, that was 1 mile east of Russellville. That is when it did go toll warn and did have that strong rotation. So
yeah, it did look well organized at that point.
Yeah, I would be really shocked if that was if we get a brief tornado confirmed out of that, and that'd be over there towards Russellville, not the one in Greenbrier or anything like that. That's when it was first starting over there in Polk County, POPE. So, man, that's rough. That is some rough stuff here. So, like I said, I want to kind of clarify this for those that are wondering. The tornado warning has been dropped with this. Severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. It is now the what?
It wasn't a tornado warning. It was a severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh well, I know the tornado warning for it earlier on had dropped, and then it's severe thunderstorm warning for already possible had dropped, and now it's a special weather statement here. So that being said, just kind of give you guys kind of a statewide look at what's going on. A few scattered showers here and there across central Arkansas. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on this storm back out here just south of I-40, just southwest of Fort Smith. Mainly a hailer, not a tornado producer out of this. And then obviously we'll watch the storm here in White County and Searcy. We'll have radar updates on the page and stuff like that here, guys. So other than that, I think that is it. This is Chief Forecaster Cameron, our Executive Director Rich, and our meteorologist Jeff Baskin here. We have given you guys tornado warning live coverage, and obviously if something else pops up later on tonight, we'll continue to keep you guys updated right here, your source for all things Arkansas weather.
Arkansas's #1 trusted source for weather. This is a severe weather alert.
Alrighty, good evening, Arkansas. This is Chief Forecaster Cameron and our Executive Director Rich back here once again. We're here to give you guys severe weather live coverage here. We do not have a tornado warning in place right now, but we're going to treat it as if it were a tornado warning at this current point. This is going to go for our folks in downtown Little Rock and East End at this current time here. So if you guys could do me a big favor, tag your family, tag your friends in the live stream here so that way they can stay informed on the latest situation here. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning at this current time. It's going to go until 12:15 for the following areas: southwestern Lonoke County, northeastern Grant County, northwestern Jefferson, East Saline, and also Pulaski County here. This is going to be for a severe thunderstorm was located near Otter Creek or near Bryant, moving east at about 35 miles per hour, 60-mile-per-hour winds and a quarter-size sail with this storm, and also the potential of a tornado. We've been monitoring this storm. The area of rotation has been there, and we told you guys if a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning was getting issued, we would go live instantly here. So this is what we have at this current time. So let's break this down. Let's take a look at the storm itself. With it being so close to Little Rock's radar, we are going to have to tilt the radar for just a little bit. We're going to use the product that we had earlier on here. This is what we call the rotation strength right now here. Now, I want to kind of make this clear. This is any very, very, very close to the radar range right now here. So it's showing the rotation. We can go over to the rotation tracker real quickly here, and it's going to be right in here. If there were to be a potential tornado, we're zooming this down, it's going to be just southwest of Bryant right now here. So anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. If you could do me a big favor, let's get this out for our Facebook friends. Tag them on there. The comments are turned on so you can tag them in. But this is what we've got right now here, okay? So the area of rotation is going to be just to the east and northeast of the community of Benton. It is south and west of the community of Bryant, and it's moving to the east. So this is going to stay as it stands right now for our folks in Little Rock. This is going to stay to your south at this point. However, Bauxite, Landmark, the Sardis area, East End, over towards Wrightsville, the Sweet Home area, any interest south of Interstate 30, keep an eye on the storm. Take your tornado precautions. Just be on the safe side here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible at this current time. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back over to our our normal way of looking at the radar. You could definitely see where the rotation were to be. If there were to be one, is going to be right in here. Give me just 1 second. Let me zoom this down. It's going to be right in here. It's going to be just to the northeast of Benton, just to the south and west of Bryant, and it's just to the south and east of Salem, and it's moving to the east here. So we're going to get a track on this. Bear with me for just a minute, Arkansas, and we're going to get a track on this real fast here. So there's the track. I'm going to clear this off. I'm going to get you a brand new one here. So it's going to be right in here. Let's take this out. I'm going to take it out at about 32 miles per hour. So Bryant, it's going to be on top of you within the next 10 minutes here. So I do realize it's 11 o'clock at night. We've got, school tomorrow. We've got people going to work, etc. It's almost midnight. It's late. Get them up. Tell them what's going on. Tell them that we have a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, and let's get them into this live stream as quickly as we can here, okay? Bryant, Alexandria, Shannon Hills, Landmark, Sweet Home, Wrightsville, Scott, and Keogh. If you know anyone in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions. We tell you guys this all the time. We have these severe thunderstorm warnings that have what we call the tornado possible tag with it. And we have to watch these carefully. Kind of what happened earlier on in Russellville and northern Faulkner County. This is what we've got right now down here in Saline and into Pulaski County at this current time here. So to repeat, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. We are going to treat this as if it were a tornado warning here because it can produce a tornado at any given moment. I want to kind of reassure our folks in downtown Little Rock at this time. It is going to get loud. It's gonna sound like it's all chaos outside right now, but you are on the northern side of this potential tornado at this time. My folks in Alexandria, Shannon Hills, Landmark, Sweet Home, the Wrightsville area, the community of Bryant, take your tornado precautions. Right here where you see that hook echo just to the east of Benton, that is where the tornado potential is going to be. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. That's going to continue to move off towards the east at about 30 miles per hour. So Alexandria, Wrightsville, the Keogh area, Scott, down here south of the metro right now, that is where the best potential, if there were to be a tornado, that is where the best potential is going to be at this at this time. But for our folks in Little Rock, frequent lightning, damaging winds to 60 to 70 miles per hour, and also the potential of the tornado here. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, Rich. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me on your end?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. It is tornado possible. It's going to go until midnight. That's for our folks in West Central Lonoke, Saline, and Pulaski counties at this time here. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and also the potential of a tornado with this year. So I don't want anyone ignoring this. I know on your phone you get the alert that says severe thunderstorm warning, and if you're laying in bed, you're just like, oh, I'm going to turn around and get some sleep. No, you got to treat this as if it were a tornado warning here, because this thing could easily produce a tornado at any given moment here. So, Rich, as always, reports, anything you hear, if you got it, let us know.
Yep.
All right, so this is what we've got at this time here. Like I said before, we're going to continue to monitor here. This is just south and west of the community of Alexandria. Let's go over to the rotation real fast here. And what I'm going to do, the one thing I want to stress right now is that this is so close to the Little Rock's radar. Like, Little Rock's radar is right in here. Then you have the Air Force Base and stuff like that. So with this being so close to Little Rock's radar, you're not going to get a 100% accurate look of what this area potential rotation actually looks like, because you're so close to the radar. So what you have to do is you have to tell folks, okay, hey, this may produce. You have to get shelter immediately here. That was Rakoff National Service in Little Rock here. They're doing a great job tonight. So let's zoom this down. What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some roads. And you can hear the thunder, by the way, here in the Weather Center. Rich, if for some reason, if we lose power here in the main Weather Center, what we'll do is we'll go back to our secondary backup. Rich is our secondary backup, so we're good to go. So you don't have to worry about, losing coverage or anything. If we do lose power, then he will be our backup source here. So the area of rotation right now, I would say, is between the community of Bryant and Alexandria. This is not the best rotation not the best rotation on the planet, but it is there. So I would say it is going to be Johns Wood Road, which is just to the west of the community of Alexandria and just to the east of the community of Bryant at this time. Obviously, let's take a look. 69-mile-per-hour winds going away from the radar, and then you've got, that is going to be about 43-mile-per-hour winds going towards the radar. So overall, if this were to produce a tornado, your gate-to-gate would be a little over 100 miles per hour. And that is where you would have to watch it. It'd be a weak tornado down here if the rotation were to strengthen even more. So keep that in mind for our folks down here. That's going to be near the Bryant area, the Alexandria area. Let me zoom this down, kind of give you guys a perspective. If you're in downtown Little Rock right now, I know the storm anxiety is through the roof. I know everyone's on edge right now because there's a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. I want to kind of reassure you guys right now. The best tornadic part of the storm is going to be south of the metro. But if you live south of the metro, we got a lot of people that live down here. That's Bryant, that's Shannon Hills, that's the Bottside area, that's over here towards Landmark, Wrightsville, East End, etc. We've got a lot of people that live down here in this area. So although the tornadic potential is going to stay south of the main metropolitan area, our folks that live south of Little Rock, that live south of the interstate, make sure that they are getting heads up. I realize it is 11:30 at night on a Tuesday night. You've got work tomorrow morning, you've got school, etc. Let's make sure that they're getting their heads up here, okay? So what we're going to do, give me just 1 second, let me zoom this out, and we're going to put a track of the storm. So right in here near Bryant, let's take this out at about 32 miles per hour. So Alexandria is coming at you next couple of minutes here. Shannon Hills, 11:48. Sweet Home, right around 12:05. 12:08 for College Station, and also 12:21 for our folks in Scott at this current time here, okay? So to repeat, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. This is our Executive Director, Rich. And as we've been doing all night, we're going to keep you guys updated on the latest situation here, okay? So what do you have for me at this current time here? What's going on?
Currently, let's see here. I've got a lot of power outages currently in Pulaski, 463 without power at this current time. So that could be the high winds coming in with the storm.
Okay. I'm really starting to get concerned about this storm in here You see the hook echo once again. That's going to be just south of Alexandria. I wouldn't be shocked, probably for our folks in Alexandria, East End, down towards the Redfield area, that there are probably, if this were to continue, that there would be a potential tornado warning down here, guys. So, like I said before, at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, there's two different severe thunderstorm warnings here. One is moving to the east, about 40 miles per hour here. So let's do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this out. Let's take a look at the motion. So it's looking like it's moving more, I would say, east-southeast instead of due east. So
Right.
I'm going to take this track. It's going to be right in here. And what we're going to do is I'm going to put it on the track kind of like this. And we'll put it at about 40 miles per hour. So now this is a new track. This is kind of something that we're going to continue to monitor. Bryant, you got about 6 minutes. It's time to hustle. Time to get to your safe place. Time to get to that lowest center part of your home. It's time to get there. If you are in Alexandria, same thing to you. Same thing to Shannon Hills, Landmark, East End, Wrightsville area, the Hensley area, Woodson, England, Tucker, and also the Coy area. Don't wait for this to get confirmed. Don't wait for it to be right on top of you. Do not, and I want to make this crystal clear, attempt to try to go outside and see it or get photos or videos. Your safety comes first. Whenever we deal with these situations, especially with, in this area, everybody wants to try to go outside and see it. It's 11 o'clock at night. It is dark. It is going to be, right now, I would say, especially the closer you get, it's not completely rain wrapped, but you're not going to be able to 100% see it, okay? Your safety comes first. Get inside, get to your shelters. That's the biggest thing I'm going to stress, okay? The photos, the videos can wait. Your life is so much more important than trying to go viral on Facebook or YouTube or TikTok. I guarantee you, okay? So leave the observations and stuff like that to the National Weather Service. They've got people out here. We're so close to Little Rock. They will tell us if something gets confirmed. But don't put your life at risk trying to see this tornado. Okay, if it happens, you need to be in You need to be in shelter. You need to be in that lowest center part of your home. Don't worry about photos. Don't worry about videos. Your safety and your family's safety comes first before any of that. So make this clear. Like I said, for our folks in East End, over towards the Bryan area, Alexandria, down towards Wrightsville, Woodson, Hensley, England, Tucker, and Coy. You need to take your tornado precaution immediately here. And I know this is a severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of people will see that on their phones. They will ignore it. We tell you guys all the time, do not ignore those severe thunderstorm warnings here, okay? They're there for a reason. So make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions immediately in this area. If you are in Little Rock, I would highly recommend just making sure that your phones are staying charged and stuff like that. I want to reassure you guys in Little Rock, there's nothing wrong with having storm anxiety. You had the tornado last year. You had multiple tornado warnings this year. There's nothing wrong with that. But I want to reassure you guys right now that this is not coming for downtown Little Rock. This is not going to be a March 31st 2.0. I am concerned for my folks that live south of Little Rock. There's a lot of people that live down here. That's Benton, that's Bryant, that's the Bauxite area, that's over here in East End, the southern half of Little Rock. A lot of people live down here. This is not as heavily populated as downtown Little Rock, but it's pretty populated down here. We got a lot of people that live down here. So the only one in these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions. When we talk about that, that's getting away from those windows, getting away from the safe spot, getting away from the exterior walls, and getting to that lowest center part of your home. You've got a storm shelter, gravy, get there. If you got a basement, that's also gravy, get there. But if you don't, then that center part of your home where the hallways are, you could be a closet, bathroom, anything that doesn't have windows, that's going to be the best shot, especially when you're trying to take cover whenever you're dealing with a situation like this here. So, Rich, if you have any reports, any.
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we got 1,500 in Saline County without power now.
Okay.
Looks like that as this is kind of moving through, it is definitely causing a tremendous amount of power outages. So definitely keep that in mind as it moves further into Pulaski and Lonoke County. Mm-hmm. That it is definitely taking out some power.
Definitely, and that's just another reminder that make sure you have your phones charged and stuff like that. And one more thing too is it's not only for just this event. You got to remember, you've got tomorrow, you've got Thursday, you've got Saturday and Sunday. So making sure that your phones are being charged not only for tonight but for the next couple of days here, just in case something happens here. Now, looking at this product here, I know everyone's going to see that strong area of rotation down here near East End. I want to kind of clarify this product here. Okay, first and foremost, we're super duper close to Little Rock's radar, so you're going to get a look, but it's not going to be the absolute best look on the planet because it's so close to the radar. So the reason why Little Rock, National Service in Little Rock has put the tornado possible tag with it is because it is showing that rotation, and the overall storm signature itself has that look. But at this time here, you're not going to get a 100% clear look like we had back when it was near Russellville or when it was near northern Faulkner County here. So keep that in mind, something that we're going to have to continue to monitor here over the next couple of minutes here. But, I mean, Rich, it's got the signature. I mean, you definitely have the inflow coming in. That's going to be just to the west of East End. Then you have the outflow coming in behind it. So if you're in Little Rock, especially down here, that's baseline along Interstate 30. That's Interstate 430 down here. It is loud. It is chaotic. It sounds like a tornado is coming through Little Rock right now. I want to reassure you guys that it's not. But for my folks on the southern end, that's down here in East End, that's 530. Make sure that they're taking their tornado safe spots immediately here. But that would be where, if there were to be a tornado here, I mean, if there were to be something that were a touchdown, it's going to be right in this area here. And what we can do, I'm going to take a look. I'm going to kind of zoom this down, kind of give you guys a better perspective on what we're looking at. So there's Shannon Hills, the community of Shannon Hills. There's Landmark, East End, there's Sardis, the Bauxite area. There's Bryant, there's Wrightsville, Woodson, Hensley, and also Sweet Home. This is all south in the metro area. I want to make this clear. If you're in downtown Little Rock, for those that are tuning in, I know the comments are going to be coming in or asking about Little Rock, and they have every right to ask about Little Rock. But I want to kind of reassure you guys that this is not going to impact downtown Little Rock. This is going to impact our folks down here on the southern end. That's Shannon Hills. That is going to be Sardis, East End, Landmark, the Wrightsville area down here on the southern side of downtown Little Rock. However, if you are in Little Rock right now, as you can tell on the north side of this supercell, heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, damaging winds to 60+ miles per hour, and the potential of large hail with this storm as it continues to, I would say, more of an east-southeast direction versus a due east direction. That may be kind of what's saving you from this being a potential tornadic storm, kind of like we saw earlier up there near the Russellville area and just north of the Greenbrier area earlier on. So, Rich, in terms of social media, have you seen anything at this time? What you got?
No, actually, currently I don't have anything. I'm looking through several of them, and I don't have any, photos or anything. I'm also about to look through our Facebook Messenger and see if we've got anything, but I don't think we do right now.
That's good. And the biggest thing I want to stress, like I said, once again, for those that are tuning in, I want you guys to keep this in mind that, if a tornado warning does get issued, I want to make this clear. Do not try to go outside and take pictures of this, guys, okay? Don't try to put yourself at risk trying to get photos or videos or anything like that. We want you guys to be safe whenever you deal with something like this, okay? So Landmark, East End, the Wrightsville area, Woodson, over towards Keogh, England. Make sure that you take your tornado precautions immediately. It does look like, it says from Jesse, he said, looks like most of East End is out of power. That is unfortunate. Man. I don't know where it came from. It may have been from earlier on. This storm hasn't arrived to East End yet, but it may have been from something different. Know anyone down here in East End, what I would recommend doing is texting them, try to blow their phones up just to be on the safe side here. This is something that we're going to continue to monitor, but the area of rotation, is just to the west and northwest of the community of East End, just to the south and west of Landmark, north and east of the Sardis area, and also west of Woodson and west of the Wrightsville area. To repeat, this is not impacting downtown Little Rock in terms of the tornadic part. It is loud, it's chaotic, we understand that, but it's not going to impact downtown Little Rock here. The tornadic part of the storm, if we're to get going, is going to stay south in the metro. But for those that are, that live in Landmark, that live in East End, these communities down here south of Little Rock, give them a heads up, tell them what's going on. Don't withhold this information because it's not directly impacting downtown Little Rock. Keep in mind that we have people that live outside Little Rock. We have a lot of communities outside of Little Rock that people stay in. So that's Landmark, East End, the Wrightsville area, towards Keogh, England, the Woodson area. Make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately at this current time. And this is a track of it as well. This is moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Also, what I want you guys to do as well, please share this live stream. I understand it's 11 o'clock at night. You know, a lot of people are asleep, not aware of what's going on. Tell them what's going on. Tell them the situation. We're going to be here. We'll keep you guys updated on the latest here, okay? So a lot of comments coming in here in terms of the power outages and potential in East End. Rich, do we have any updated numbers of those power outages at this current time?
Currently, we are sitting at, for a grand total of Arkansas, 3,262. Looks like they have not updated. Well, Pulaski went up to 463. So, it's steadily climbing. It's just usually at a delayed pace of like every 10 minutes or so it updates.
Gotcha. Looks like things have quieted down just from outside the weather center here. Things have kind of settled down a little bit here in the metro, but we're still pretty loud down here on the southern end, down here near Alexandria and the East End area at this current time here. So, to repeat, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag. Do not withhold this information from anybody because it's not a tornado warning. This could produce a brief tornado, kind of what we saw earlier in Russellville. Biggest thing is something that we'll have to continue to monitor as the storm continues to push off towards the east here. Thank you, Heidi. New severe thunderstorm warning in place. They have gone with a Wrangler now. It is no longer tornado possible. It is Wrangler. I will still say this. I'm going to continue to kind of personally watch this because we have a lot of people that are tuning in right now trying to figure out what's going on.
This is tornado possible.
The newest severe thunderstorm warning?
Yes.
It is Torpos?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure why Heidi had said that the other one was Wrangler. So I think it may have been, okay, so it may have been the one up here that just came out. Yeah, it was the one up here near the wind area up here in Cross County. That one is going to go for 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail. This one down here is still Torpos. I was like, wait a minute. So
they both, that one updated and then wind dropped at the exact same time. That's probably what threw you off.
Okay. So, yeah. All right. So, for something that we're going to continue to monitor here, this one's still severe thunderstorm warned for potential 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail, and the potential of a tornado with this storm as it pushes off towards the east here. So, we'll continue to monitor here, guys. Like I said before, for those that are tuning in, it is 11:52 now on Tuesday evening. I'm Chief Forecaster Cameron. That's our Executive Director, Rich. We have an entire team that's going to be here keeping you guys updated on the latest situation. We have a potential tornadic storm that is just south of the metro right now that's going to go towards East End, the Scott area, over towards the England area. Something that we're going to have to continue to monitor. This is pushing off towards the east at about 30 miles per hour. So Landmark, Wrightsville, Keogh, and England. You know, any one of these areas, make sure that they're taking their tornado precautions immediately. I do understand here, and I think this is what's tripping a lot of people up right now, is that, you know, this is not a official tornado warning, you know, polygon for the National Service in Little Rock, but they've done something very unique. You know, you didn't have this back in the day where you have these tags. You have these tornado possible tags. And I want to stress this. You've got to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning, guys, okay? Just because it's a yellow polygon doesn't mean that it's a sleep polygon. Like, oh, okay, and that's going to happen. I'll get some sleep. This still could produce a tornado, especially on its southern end, down here near East End, down here towards Landmark, Wrightsville, Keogh, in the England area. So make sure, you know, anyone in these areas that they're taking their tornado precautions. If nothing happens, that's gravy. I'd rather for you guys to be safe than sorry here at this current time. So at this point, Rich, we're going to continue to monitor it. In terms of social media, have you heard anything? Outside of that one, I know Jesse has said that there looks like there was a possible wall cloud from Becca Wright in Messenger that was from Benton, and that wouldn't shock me. I mean, at all.
Yeah,
if that happened.
We do have an increase. We've got more power outages, 1,800 in Saline County, 586 in Pulaski. So the power outages are climbing at this time.
Okay, and I'm looking at Becca Wright's photo here, and this is from Benton, Arkansas, to Hurricane Lake estates out here. That's down there near Benton. Right now, I see it. That does look like a possible wall cloud. A little bit of a lowering here. from this storm, which I'll get this up coming up here in just a little bit. But right now, like I said before, no ongoing tornado warning. Looking at the latest scan, it does look like it has broadened out, which is really, 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 really great news, especially for folks in downtown Little Rock. 'Cause I know, storm anxiety is just like absolutely through the roof right now. It has looked like it has broadened out. However, we're still going to continue to monitor it. For our folks in the East End, the Wrightsville area, the Keogh, England, Landmark, stay where you are, stay put, wait till the storm clears out, and then you're going to be good to go at this current time here. Okay, so just taking a look at a couple of things here. I'm looking at, I saw Becca's photo at this time here, and guys, like I said before, you can tag your friends and stuff like that on Facebook here with this, just because the storm is impacting the Central Arkansas area. Right now, looking at the photos here, let me double check this. This one is I'm not sure where this location is. But definitely some loud storms moving through, and you can easily see, especially from here in Little Rock, you can see the mesocyclone rotating. So I want to that's why we're live right now, folks. That's why we're here keeping you guys updated, because this storm here did have that, like earlier on with Russellville and Faulkner County area, it did have that strong low-level rotation. Literally, I was telling you guys, and we were sitting here watching this storm, me, Rich, Chandler, we were sitting watching this. I had my hand literally right on the button to go live on Facebook the morning the warning got issued. The moment it got issued, we went live. So that's why we tell you guys, trust us, we're going to be here, we'll keep you guys informed on the latest. But we were I literally had my hand right here at a button that we pressed to go live. And the moment the severe thunderstorm warning happened, we went live. So this is what we've got. There's the area of rotation. Let's put a new track on this. Moving pretty quick, by the way, at about 30 miles per hour here. So put a track. Let's go at 35. Wrightsville is coming at you here in the next couple of minutes. Keogh is coming at you at 12:25. England at 12:30. The Keogh area right around 12:39. Allport around 12:47, and then the Home Milk area coming up at around 12:49 this morning here, guys. So we're coming from Tuesday night going into Wednesday morning. We've got more severe weather on the place for tomorrow here. We'll have more information about that once we get past tonight's event here. Want to briefly I know I'm not taking anything away from Central Arkansas, but I do want to briefly talk about Eastern Arkansas for just a moment for our folks over here in Wynn. Unfortunately, in this situation, you've got two storms that are going over an area that are storm weary, especially from last year. So for my folks in the Wynn area right now, it is loud, it's chaotic. You got a hell potential here. You can see with these blue markers, you got a hell potential setting up just south of Fair Oaks. This storm in particular here, we can put a track on it real fast. This storm in here is mainly going to produce the potential 60-mile-per-hour winds and 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Not really expecting this to become tornadic, but we will keep an eye on it here. Okay, so it's moving east. I'll clock it. It's 37 miles per hour. I'll clock it at 40. So here's going to be the projected areas. The wind area is going to be coming at you at about 12:21. Also the parking area 12:41. The Errol area over here 12:48, and also the genetic area right around 12:53 this morning here at this time. Okay, so I just wanted to briefly kind of address this because I know we've got a lot of people that live in this area, and it's like I said, unfortunately we've got two storms that are going over two areas that the majority of the area is storm weary. So we're going to go back down to Central Arkansas for just a little bit. What I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to do something pretty cool for you guys, for those that are wondering here. We're going to take both of these storms. We're going to tilt the radar kind of like this, and we're going to show you guys the perspective of both of these storms here, so you guys kind of see where this is going. So right now, there's the one down here near the Little Rock area. Let's zoom this out. There it is. So there's the one in the Little Rock area. The area of rotation with this looks like it has completely died out, which is great. We're still going to monitor it. And then we've got one near Wynn right now. Looks like that's going to be a heller. That is going to be a significant hell event probably setting up over there in Cross County in the Wynn area. So we'll keep an eye on that. Nothing tornadic with that. That is just going to produce a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of frequent lightning, and also the potential of large hail with the storm as it pushes off towards the east here. Okay, so Rich, I've kind of taken over for a little bit. Do you have anything that you need to add at this current time?
Oh, no, I do not. Latest storm that AI seems to be weakening some, so that's good news. And as you mentioned, it seems to be broadening out a little bit, which is also good news. I have no damage reports. I have no public social media at this time that says anything, and we do not have anything in our messengers, so that's always good news.
That's really, really great news, guys. And the biggest thing is making sure, people are staying safe whenever we're dealing with something like this. Biggest deal is that this is not a tornado warning for downtown Little Rock. As a matter of fact, Little Rock, you're clearing out. I mean, things are calming down. It's calmed down outside of the weather center. Things are kind of settling down. Now we're going to continue to monitor this as it pushes out towards the east. So this is east of Interstate 530 right now. It is moving into the southeastern portions of Pulaski County, and it's going to be moving into Lonoke County at this point. And like I said before, the one up there, which I'm gonna briefly talk about just for a little bit. If I can borrow a couple minutes of y'all's time, let's talk about the one up here in Wynn. And I'm gonna show you guys this. This is gonna be let's go over to the hail size real fast. And this is capable of producing about 1 inch in diameter hail, but it's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So this is going to produce a lot of heavy rainfall, some pretty decent sized hail with this storm, and also the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds as it continues to move off towards the east here. Also, let's take a look further to the south. This storm down in here near Little Rock, not really a hailer. It's more producing kind of pea-sized hail down here. We can take a look at the thunderstorm wind gust potential, and you can see that's about 60 miles per hour. But the biggest concern, especially with this one down here, especially from what we were looking at earlier on, is the rotation. And I've got some really great news for y'all, to be honest with you. Its rotation does not look nowhere near as impressive as it did earlier on. I mean, obviously we're still close to Little Rock's radar, and we're not telling you guys, this is an all clear, but it does not look nowhere near as impressive as it did before when it was coming out of Bryant, coming out of Saline County, and it had that, what we call that hook echo shape, that classic tornadic supercell signature that you see on the radar. Fortunately, at this point, it looks like it's starting to kind of broaden out and everything like that. So we'll see what the National Weather Service in Little Rock does with the warning here. But we can zoom this out, and what I will do is let's take a look at the one up here. Like I said, not taking anything away from Little Rock, but I'm kind of addressing two situations at once here. In this one, just south of Fair Oaks, right now, like I said before, main threat is going to be for the potential of some large hail and damaging winds. It's just going to sound very, 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 very chaotic out here at this current time here. And I know you see that area of rotation, but let's take a look at this. This is going to be your hail size, and it's pretty much right there where your hail is indicating at this point. And thank you, Jesse, so much. We've got reports of tennis ball size hail in Fair Oaks at this current time here. So that just matches up to what we're seeing on our current radar right now here. So right now, Rich, outside of obviously the tornado possible tag with the severe thunderstorm warning, it's going to go until 12:15, and now they've gotten rid of the tornado possible tag. That is now gone. So at this point, we're just going to stay live for just a little bit longer because I know we've got a lot of people that live in this area, storm anxiety, through the roof, and everything like that. So we're going to stay on for just a little bit longer and continue to monitor this, guys. So right now, for our folks in Little Rock, take a deep breath. We've got you guys. I promise you, we get the storm anxiety. Right now, I want to say with reassurance that there's no tornado coming for downtown Little Rock. This is not going to be a March 31st 2.0. I promise you guys, we're good to go right now in downtown Little Rock. It is a lot of heavy rainfall that's pushing through. It's clearing out. We're good to go in Little Rock. It's going to start settling down. Hopefully it stays that way for the rest of the night. But for my folks in eastern Pulaski County, towards Scott, eastern side of East End, over here towards Lonoke County, continue to monitor this storm here. It is starting to, I'll be honest with you, it is starting to fall apart. It's nowhere near as impressive as it was earlier on when it was kind of crossing through. And that just kind of tells you about the environment. The environment is not, conducive for this high risk of tornadoes or anything like that. It's not conducive for all that. But it is conducive for the potential of seeing severe thunderstorms and also the potential of large hail at this current time here. So let's take a look at this for just a little bit. Let's take a look at this storm near the wind area right now here. So for not taking anything away from Little Rock. Little Rock, you're good to go, I promise you. But over here, once again, another storm-worried area near Fair Oaks, and over here towards the wind area over here in Cross County near Colt. Right now, no tornadic activity with this, but it is going to produce potential of very, very large hail. Like Jesse said, a report of tennis ball size hail near Fair Oaks, and that's going to continue over the next, I would say, 20 to 30 minutes with this storm here. I would say, Rich, I'd keep an eye on it. If it tries to develop, it's got what we call the wings of flight. It may try to develop what we call a mesocyclone, and that may be something that we'll have to watch. But right now, as it stands, it looks like it's just going to be a large hail producer for our folks in Cross County in the wind area here. But to kind of reassure you guys in Little Rock, the severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible has been dropped. It is now a regular severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds with the storm as it continues to move off towards the east. Rich, do you have anything you want to report at this time?
No updated power outages, no reports of damage, no social media pictures. So, yeah.
That's good.
We're good.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. So, it is 12:05 right now. The severe thunderstorm warning is going to end at 12:15. I noticed a basic severe thunderstorm warning, but you guys also have to realize, these two areas, Little Rock and the wind area, were, impacted last year by the tornadoes, and a lot of people have storm anxiety in these areas. So we are going to stay live for just a little bit longer, kind of wait for this severe thunderstorm warning to kind of expire, and then we will go from there. Elsewhere across the state, we've got this one cell out here that's just to the west of Fort Smith. I'm pretty sure if you're in Fort Smith right now, you're getting one crazy lightning show out here. But other than that, one in Little Rock, one near the wind area. Everywhere else across the state, it's quiet. It's warm, it's humid, but it's quiet. We've got more severe weather coming our way as we get towards tomorrow, and on Thursday, and on Saturday, and on Sunday. Not even going to talk about Monday potential now. So we'll keep you guys informed on all that here. But right now, as it stands, it is pretty decently quiet, especially across my folks down there in southern Arkansas, and for our folks up there in northern Arkansas. It's just a lot of loud storms right now for Little Rock over towards the wind area in Cross County, and also the storm over there just to the west of Fort Smith. So at this time, what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to kind of peek at our inbox here. So let me see here. Go ahead. What you about to say, Rich? Go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah, I had just peeked in there. It didn't look like there was anything. We don't have a picture of that hail, unfortunately, but we don't have. There's just a lot of reports of hail. There was a lot of hail coming out of that storm. And real quick, I did want to say we do have a little bit more of an increase in power outages.
Okay.
2,000 in Saline. Nearly 811 in Pulaski. So we did get quite a boost in terms of power outages in Saline County. So it did seem to pack quite a bit of wind when it started really forming.
Yeah.
So that that could have been an RFD, that could have been microburst or some other things that really kind of messed things up as it developed. And but it's definitely, like you mentioned, it's definitely died down since we first started going live with this.
Definitely. So it does appear, just kind of taking a look around the board, an estimated restoration time via energy looks like it's going to be around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So that's pretty fast. Obviously, it depends on how fast they're able to get out and everything. I know a couple down here near East End, the Shannon Hills area, the Wrightsville area. A couple of these are about 2 o'clock in the morning. There's one for 4:30. So it's probably going to be during the overnight hours here when things start quieting down. They'll be able to get out and get your power back on pretty quickly here. But I would definitely charge your phones and stuff like that just to be on the safe side. But right now, it does look like most of the central Arkansas area in terms of the power outages looks like it's going to be around 2 o'clock in the morning to about 4 o'clock in the morning for your power to come back on. Let's take a look. I'm going to take a look up here in the Russellville area here. It looks like right now the majority, looks like they're working really, really fast of getting the power back on here. So most of them should have already came back on up here. If your power hasn't come back on, it will come back on shortly. But most of them right now looks like it's going to be about 2 to 4 o'clock in the morning here, which is pretty reasonable. Not considering you just had a severe storm move through your area, 2 to 4 o'clock in the morning is pretty reasonable in terms of getting the power back on here. Okay, so we can take a look at the storm, and I mean, Rich, look at this. It completely incinerated. I mean, compared to where it was earlier on, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for it now. Just a regular 60-mile-per-hour wind, 1-inch hail. It's just going to be loud. Biggest thing is, guys, like I said before, it's going to sound loud. It's going to say chaotic, especially in Scott, the Keogh area, etc. here. But, I mean, outside of that, I think that's pretty much it with this. The tornadic part of the storm has just completely died off. And just kind of looking at this real quickly here, up here near wind, large hail potential, but I mean, other than that, nothing tornadic with that at this current time here. So I want to make this clear at this time for everybody that's watching. I don't know how many people we have. I'm kind of looking at our own screen over here right now. If you're in downtown Little Rock, take a deep breath, kind of collect yourself. I promise you guys, I know that sounds easier said than done, but if you're in Little Rock, there's no tornado coming your way. There's no tornado warning coming your way or anything like that. We went live urgently because it did have that tornado possible tag with it. But I want to reassure you guys right now that there's nothing coming your way if you're in downtown Little Rock. Okay. Now, for our folks in the east, the tornadic part of this storm has died off significantly. It is now for the potential of 1-inch diameter hail and just 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's it. Nothing tornadic with it. That's the end-all, be-all with this storm as it continues to push off towards the east. And the one near wind, we can kind of show you guys both storms right now. This one up here, once again, just 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail with that storm here. Okay, so I don't want anybody, feeling like we're neglecting Little Rock or neglecting Central Arkansas. You have to realize this. One, we're live on YouTube continuously, showing radar, showing the graphics and stuff like that, so you don't have to worry about that. And then number two, if you pay attention to our Facebook page more than 5 seconds, we have radar updates. We have radar updates constantly on Facebook here. And I tell you guys this, like I said before, my hand was literally right here. We have a button that literally lets us go live if there's any kind of tornado warnings or anything that looks like it's going to produce a tornado here. So rest assured that we've got you guys right now. What we're going to do with the tornado threat coming to an end with this particular storm near Little Rock, we're going to wait it out for just a little bit longer. I'm going to let it kind of get out a little bit out of the metro area just a little bit more. And then what we're going to do is we're going to switch back over to YouTube continuous coverage. It's going to have the radar. It's going to have the music in the background. And I want you guys to pay attention to Facebook. Facebook's going to have a lot of radar updates. And another thing is go download our weather app. You download our weather app. It's going to notify you every single time we post a radar update. That way, you're not worrying about trying to figure out, where to go, who to see what, etc. All the information is literally in the palm of your hands, guys. So, like I said, take a few seconds, collect yourself. I promise you, we're good to go. If you're in downtown Little Rock, Hot Springs, you're good. Benton, you're good. The Boxside area, Bryant, you're good to go. Right now, like I said before, main threat with this is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds and also the potential 1-inch hail. And then for our folks over there in eastern Arkansas, near the wind area, it is loud, it's chaotic. I know that triggers a lot of storm anxiety, and if you didn't know any better, it would sound like a tornado was coming through your area. It just sounds like it, but it's not. I promise you guys, if something like that happens, we're the first ones live. We're the first ones here. We're the first ones live. So keep that in mind. Right now, as it stands, Rich, before we part ways with Facebook, do you have anything that you need to add at this current time?
Yeah, a couple videos were sent in. After looking at it, it looked like it was just basically a scud in Bryant. So in case these videos do pop up, on social media, it did look like a scud instead of a funnel cloud or anything. So we don't have any confirmation that there was any type of funnel cloud or anything.
Yeah, the only ones we have are from the ones earlier on up there in Russellville.
Right.
Those are the only ones that we've gotten so far from Nashville and Little Rock.
Right.
So other than that, do you have anything else that you need to add?
Well, so current power outages at this time are still 3,992, with the majority in Saline County.
Sounds like a plan. So, other than that, guys, like I said before, I want to kind of make this crystal clear. I don't know how many people we have watching this right now. I want to make this crystal clear. Number one, Little Rock, there's no tornado coming at you. Okay, I promise you, you're good. You're good to go. If you're in downtown Little Rock, same thing applies for our folks down there in East End, England, Lonoke County. No potential tornado coming your way at this current time. As a matter of fact, it looks like that storm just outflowed itself. So the tornado threat that was there is gone now with this storm, with an outflow and itself like that. So now that's the case here. So no tornado coming towards Little Rock. There's no tornado in Pulaski County or anything like that. I want to make that crystal clear. If you're new here, you don't know our policy. If there's a slight possibility that this thing may produce a tornado and it's got strong rotation, we're here. We're live. We'll keep you guys updated. You don't have to ever sweat about us not covering anything here. So I just want to make that clear. But other than that, if you're in wind over there in Cross County right now, a lot of heavy rainfall, lightning, thunder, large hail. The hail size has come down significantly with that storm, which is great news. It looks like the storm actually is like it's starting to die down now compared to where it was earlier on here. So that's really great news. So other than that, guys, we're going to leave YouTube up in terms of the radar, have the music playing in the background. It's midnight, so it's going to be kind of that music that you can fall asleep to if you need to. But I would highly recommend just keep an eye on Facebook regularly. We're going to have radar updates every time there's a severe thunderstorm warning. And obviously, if there's a tornado warning or something like that, we will be the first ones live, and we will keep you guys updated here. Okay, so Rich, are we good? Do you have anything else? Are we good? We're good?
We're good.
All right. So like I said before, this has been Chief Forecaster Cameron. And it's Executive Director Rich. One last thing. Like I said before, the tornado threat is gone. We're going to continue to monitor it. As you can see, we've got radar back here. I've got two screens that has radar up here along with the camera. So we're monitoring the storms just like y'all are monitoring it. Anything happens, we will instantly be back here. But YouTube is going to be up pretty much until all the storms have come to an end. So if you need that constant radar, highly recommend just going to check us out on YouTube. That way you guys can kind of stay on the board. And also if you're on Facebook, just monitoring the posts. That way you get the radar information and stuff like that, and going to download our mobile app. That's going to be Arkansas Weather Watchers here. So outside of that, I think that's pretty much it. Rich, are we good? You good? So
We're good.
that's all we got, guys. So like I said before, if anything occurs, we will be here, and we'll continue to keep you guys updated right here, source for all things Arkansas weather.